Okay, here we go. Good evening. Good evening and welcome to our City Council meeting. We have a wonderful looking group sitting out here in front of us. Some guests that we're going to hear from in just a minute. We have a tradition here at the City of Nampa, and that is that we open in prayer. And I am so pleased to have Pastor John Shaw from the Carter Church of the Nazarene come forward and open us in prayer. So let's stand as we pray, and then we'll open in the pledge.
God, we come before you today with hearts filled with gratitude for the opportunity to serve our community. We ask for your wisdom to guide the Nampa Mayor and City Council as they discuss matters that affect the well-being of our citizens and residents. Grant them clarity of mind, compassion in their decisions, that they may act with justice and integrity. Bless this council with unity, understanding, and cooperation, that they may work together in harmony for the common good of our city. And we lift up the City of Nampa and its leaders to you, God, seeking your protection, provision, and blessings upon every citizen. May your peace reign in our streets, your love permeate our interactions, and your grace abound in all that we say and do. In your holy name we ask this. Amen.
Amen.
Will you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pastor Shaw, thank you so much for being here this evening. Thank you. Okay, let's start with roll call.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Ingula.
Here.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds. Haverfield.
Here.
Griffin.
Here.
5 present, 1 absent.
I am not aware of any proposed amendments to the agenda. Council, do you have any?
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
I have a question I'd like to ask on item 118, if I could have that moved out of the consent agenda.
Okay. So we will move item 1.8 to, actually, that is section 2 on our agenda. Okay, if there are no other requested amendments to the agenda, I would stand for a motion to adopt the amendment with its changes.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Roll call. No, excuse me, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, the next item is our consent agenda, and I would stand for a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
So moved.
As amended.
As amended.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is number 2, and these are items that were moved from the consent agenda. And this particular item was the authorizing the no parking signs in a clear vision triangle at the roadway and drive aisle intersections of West Flamingo Avenue, east of Cassia Street, for a cost of $1,100. So, Councilman Haverfield.
Just a quick question. I'm totally in support of this effort. I was just wondering if the parking signs are going to be adequate, or if we need to paint the curbs as well.
We generally do not paint the curbs from the city side. I would suggest that if we install the signs and they are not, and we find that there is not a high level of compliance, that we could come back at a later time, and that would not necessarily take a council action. We could go back and paint those if that becomes necessary.
Okay, I just didn't know if we need to increase the amount to be able to cover that, if we felt that it was important.
The amount is just there for your information. It's not necessarily that you're approving that amount. It's money coming from an existing operations budget line item.
Okay. And so there'll be 2 signs at each vision triangle then? One at the corner and one back?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I just wanted clarity on that, Mayor, and thank you.
Mayor, I have a question. And it just regards, I know that this specific item is not a public action item. We do have a couple individuals that had reached out to me that said they wanted to testify in the public forum portion that had signed up. Is there a way to hear from them at all before we make any steps forward on this, or is this something?
On this item?
Yes.
It's not a public hearing.
Actually, I'm trying to think not. So were they,
I know they had originally testified previously just as a non-agenda item, and they were thinking to do the same today, or were asking if they could. I don't know that they're here. Maybe they are,
Okay.
but I know that they had reached out and said they had signed up, interested in maybe saying that after the fact.
okay, if they're signed up, they could speak afterwards, but
Okay.
thank you.
No worries.
Thank you. So if there's no further discussion, yes?
I'll make a motion to adopt the action item for the parking signs as listed in our packet.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Angula.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes?
Hills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, so I made a mistake. I forgot to bring the proclamation that we have in just a moment. Peter, did Kim find it? Amy's getting it. Thank you. So we do, what?
You didn't make a mistake. You're-
Well, no, I need it in front of me to read the proclamation. So unfortunately, the proclamation I'm going to read, I'll read in just 2 seconds, and we'll be ready to go. And is Matt here to receive that? I'm not, there you are. Matt, would you like, while I'm waiting on the, thank you so much. Thank you. It's one of those things that you forget to bring it, it's not in front of you. So, would you like to make some comments before I read this? This is the proclamation for Fair Housing Month.
Sure, Mayor Clean, Council. Again, it's April, Fair Housing Month, and I just want to say thank you to everybody for continued support and not only this proclamation, but other fair housing and housing initiatives we put forward. Specifically to fair housing, the city staff continue to go out in the community. We offer and provide resources to not only citizens, but also landlords and property management companies and others on anything related to fair housing, and also continue to partner with other CDBG administrators in the Treasure Valley. And we still run the monthly, sometimes quarterly Fair Housing Forum. So we're providing that more on a regional basis, information related to fair housing. We'll continue to partner on landlord trainings throughout the Treasure Valley as well. But it's a very important thing we do. The proclamation itself, oftentimes people who are looking to develop in this community will come and ask me for a copy of the proclamation, because without that and without this proclamation, they cannot direct some of those resources to our community to build. So it's good that we're making this proclamation and making it a focus each year in April. So we appreciate the support, and it helps us do a lot of the work we're doing around the community. So.
That's great. Thank you, Matt, for sharing that, because sometimes it's the why behind it. Why do we do these things? And so this one actually serves a dual purpose. Besides raising awareness, it's also because of those that are wanting to invest in our community, having to ensure that we have this.
They make sure we're participating and making that proclamation.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
Well, I'll read it. Stay right there, because I'm going to have you come get it. So whereas April 24th marks the 55th anniversary of the passage of Title VIII of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, popularly known as the Federal Fair Housing Act. The Idaho Human Rights Commission Act has prohibited discrimination in housing since 1969. And whereas the Commission promotes equality of opportunity for all, regardless of color, race, religion, sex, disability, familial status, national origin, and it is a fundamental goal of our nation, state, and city. Equal access to housing is as important and as fundamental as the right to equal education. And whereas housing choice impacts our children's access to education, our ability to seek and retain employment options, and the cultural benefits we enjoy. Although only through continued cooperation, commitment, and support of all Idahoans can barriers to fair housing be removed. Now, therefore, I, Debbie Kling, Mayor of the City of Nampa, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2024 in the City of Nampa as Fair Housing Month. Matt, thank you. Appreciate the work you do, and I'll let you come get this, and away we go. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you. Okay, the next opportunity we have is our public forum, and we have a special recognition tonight, and that is our Columbia dance team that is here. And so Jackie, where did you go? You're here somewhere. There you are. Come on down and tell us about the dance team and what they've accomplished. Yes.
Hi, so I'm Jackie Markham, and I am the Wild Pride Dance Team coach. These ladies practice in the morning. They arrive 5:45 before school. They then go to class all day, and some of them work. Some of them go to studio dance. Some of them go to other sports. And most of them carry a GPA of 3.5 or higher, so they're already pretty dang successful. This year, we placed first in all, we have 4 dances. There's hip hop, large dance, pom, and military. And at districts, we placed first in all of them, so we won district champion. And then we went to state, and we placed first in 3 of them and second in 1, and so we won state. And then we had made a plan to go to nationals, USA Nationals in California. And our goal was to get 1 banner. We qualified in, you have to video, well, we didn't have a local regional competition we could attend, so we videoed our routines. We sent them in. 2 of our routines qualified for the championship division, which is super hard, and then the other 2 in open. And our military, which was one of the championship division numbers, went on to the finals, and we actually scored the highest score at the competition in our military and came home with a banner and championship. And then in open, our hip hop and pom also both received first place. So we brought home 3 first place banners and then a grand championship of highest score. So they did a really great job. It was a great year. I had 29 dancers. 26 of them ended up going to nationals with us. It was optional because it is a lot more money. And so 3 of them chose not to go, but 26 of them went, and they did a great job. And they were awesome to coach. Like, you know, you'd think getting up at 6 in the morning, 5 in the morning, oh, here I have 29 girls, what am I gonna do? But they were all amazing, so I had a great year.
Jackie, thank you for coaching.
Yeah.
Thank you for your leadership, because it takes a leader to help us get there. Girls, you're amazing. That is quite an accomplishment.
Yeah.
We would like to applaud you. Wow.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. Thanks, Sebastian.
And Sebastian, thank you for bringing this to our attention. Thank you so much. We did a photo earlier, but could we just come up really fast and do one more? We need to be quick so that everybody can be in it. So council, just stay right here, swing right here behind. And girls, you can just stand up, don't go to the floor, just all stand up and kind of squeeze in, and we'll be right up above you.
Do you want in front, maybe Shorty in front?
There you go. Yeah, there you go. Don't go way down, just kind of a little bit. Sorry, Amy. Okay. Girls, you're amazing. Thank you for your hard work, and this is cool. Congratulations. Okay. Thank you, Amy. Sorry to do that quick switch on you. Thank you. Okay, so I think we have a couple of other people signed up to speak during the public forum.
Yes, Madam Mayor, our first speaker is Judith Mayer, and she is speaking on a non-agenda item.
And now the people in the back get to come sit down. You're good. Thank you guys for being here tonight. Congratulations to the parents, right? Good job, moms and dads. Yeah. Hi, Judith. Hi. As you come forward, you have 3 minutes, and please go ahead and say your name again and your address. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the Nampa City Council.
I'm sorry.
My name is Judy Meyer, and I live at
Madam Mayor.
1100.
What's that?
Can you get this mic closer to you so we can
Like
hear
that?
you?
Better?
Yes.
Okay.
And thank you, guys. You can turn it up a little.
My name is Judy Meyer, and I live at 1100 Burnett, number 516, in Silvercrest 2 Estates, off of Flamingo Road. I want to thank you for your timely notification about the parking issue on West Flamingo. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. A stop sign issue was also presented, and we feel it's just as important as the parking issue. This past week, I was again reminded of it when I attempted to turn west off Kasia, and a pickup was in the left turn lane. pulled into the intersection so they could see. I could not see around the pickup, so I waited until he started to turn, and then I turned. It's not the best driving policy. This could be alleviated by installing stop signs on both the eastbound and westbound lanes at this intersection. It's not only those of us in Silvercrest, but there are 2 other 55-plus communities. And I don't know if you're aware of it, but as you get older, you don't see things as fast. Maybe you see them, but it doesn't register. Hearing the same way. I'm sure you all know of someone who has that problem. We are all facing that problem in this community. So we respectfully request an investigation and hopefully a timely resolution to this situation, as well as the parking. Thank you again for your consideration.
Judith, thank you so much. And I think that we have done a little research, but we will definitely follow up. Thank you for giving your address, and we will follow up with you on it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, we had 2 people that signed up for agenda items, but they also signed up for the public hearing item, and that is Rayanne Burney and Sonia Champlin. Are they here?
So, go ahead.
Yes, so if you signed up for the public forum agenda item, are you wanting to speak on 8.3?
Yeah, we meant for the public hearing.
Okay, so I'm going to take you off of the public forum so you can speak on the other item. Okay.
You won't speak now, but you will speak for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else signed up?
Madam Mayor, there is no one that did an advance sign up.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that had intended to speak this evening?
Excuse me, if I could, I know I didn't take 3 minutes, but could I give the rest of my time to my neighbor who also has something to speak?
Well, absolutely. They're welcome to come up and give their name and address and also speak. So yes, thank you, Judith. Good evening.
Good evening.
How are you?
Mayor, Learned Council.
Yeah.
I'm Ken Lucas.
Ken.
I live at 1100 Burnett Drive in the senior community. I'm here to readdress the City Council on the intersection of Cassia Way and Flamingo Road. This has proven to be a hazardous intersection with vehicles pulling out into the intersection from Cassia to make a left turn onto Flamingo. The no parking signs, which you have previously approved, will be a big help, but there still needs to be 2 stop signs put on Flamingo, especially with the apartment buildings at 208 being finished and getting ready to rent up. By June, I figure, be approximately 100 vehicles added to the congestion in that area. We would appreciate you making the intersection a 3-way stop. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Ken, thank you for taking time to be here.
Yep.
We appreciate it. And Crystal, we'll just probably have you be our follow-up with the residents at that location.
The stop sign at that location has been approved. It's just a matter of implementation. And so we'll be working with traffic to get the stop sign and the no parking signs installed here in the next few weeks.
Thank you. I couldn't remember
Yep.
if it was. So it has been approved. It's just a matter of putting, okay, so
Yep.
it's been approved. It's going to go up and you're good. So, thank you. Well, you know, what's important is that you have spoken up. Thank you for doing so, staff. Thank you so much. I couldn't remember. Thank you. So thank you. There we go. Okay, with that, I think we'll move on to agency and commission reports, and we don't have any of those. And so we do have a Public Works, I believe, staff communication. Is that right? Or is it just packet only, Jeff? Or is it Crystal? Someone's doing a report. Thank you, Crystal.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. No presentation today, just what's in the staff report. We just wanted to give an update to Council regarding the rain event that we had a couple weeks ago now, the week of April 1st. The extensive rainfall, while the weather station said it was just over 2 inches of rain in 3 days, it sure felt like a lot more than that, especially with our microclimates. But our street staff, along with the help of traffic, environmental resources, and the water divisions, worked relentlessly to remove almost 300,000 gallons from our roadways. They responded to multiple flooding complaints, cleaned 33 clogged storm drains, put in 172 and a half hours of overtime, and a total of almost 350 hours between them all to do this over the course of 3 days. So I just have to say, we have an amazing team here at the City of Nampa. I'm really proud that all of the divisions are able to work together when we have events like this to make sure that the community is safe.
Crystal, thank you. I tell you what, I'm so proud of our team, because when it is raining and pouring and these guys are standing out there and they've got their trucks and they're pumping and they're working as quickly as they can. And like you said, it's not just a streets team, it's some water. And so working collaboratively together, but they did a good job. And then also what I like is that we recognize those problem areas. Some of it's storm drains that need to be cleared, but some of them, we've made note of those and to look at how we fund corrective actions where they can be corrected.
Absolutely.
So thank you for that.
Yeah.
We have an amazing team. Go
We
ahead.
do.
Yeah.
I want to also take an opportunity just to let the council know, this will likely come as an amendment. We did have to hire a contractor who brought out 6 additional people and some more vac trucks to get that out. We just didn't have capacity to do it all ourselves.
So needless to say, it's expensive.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes our staff communications. We're going to move into new business right now. Our first 2 action items are actually confirming the appointment of some new members to Arts and Historic Preservation. And so I think do we have Rebecca Stentz here or Molly Cahan? We do. And so you are? Molly. Hi, Molly. Okay, so the first one is Rebecca. So we'll do that one real quickly, and then Molly will do yours. So the first action item is to confirm the appointment of Rebecca Stentz to the Arts and Historic Preservation Commission for a 5-year term expiring March 31st, 2029.
So moved.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
And 7.2 is also an action item, and it's to confirm the appointment of Molly, and I don't know if I'm saying, is it Cahan? To the Arts and Historic Preservation Commission for a 5-year term expiring March 31st, 2029.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Come up and
Griffin.
introduce.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Molly, thank you for coming up. Would you like to introduce yourself to us and why you're interested in serving? And thank you.
Yes, yeah. My name's Molly Cahan. Thank you very much. I'm grateful for the opportunity to serve. I have always had a great interest in both art and history, and the stars have aligned for this to be a very good time for me to offer my service to the city, so here I am.
Great. Thank you for raising your hand and saying, here I am, let's do it. Any questions?
No, but I like the stars that are aligned, though. Thank you.
Yeah.
That says it all.
Welcome, Molly. Thank you. And I just want to double check, Rebecca Stentz is not here, correct? Okay, great. Okay, so we're going to go to 7.3. And this is an action item. It's to consider the waiver request for an alcohol catering permit for VCAT Lounge. It's located at 217 14th Avenue South, which is located within 300 feet of a church, and to approve the waiver request for the identified event being held on April 26th. So, Shar, would you like to speak to this, or council, do you have any questions?
Mayor, a question.
Okay.
Was there any correspondence coming in on this item?
So, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Bills, this item is being brought to you because I did meet with the owners of VCAT Lounge last week, and this is an annual event. They actually have several events. They are a business that does hold an alcohol license, and what they are doing is for these events, they are actually having outside seating, which is requiring them to do an alcohol catering permit because they are serving alcohol as well. There is a church nearby, and they did attempt several times to contact the church, and that is in the packet. Unfortunately, they were not able to get a response. They were asking for a consent to cater form. But there was no contact from the church, so therefore they are coming before council with the alcohol catering permit.
Thank you. I missed that.
And not a new event. It's something they've done before, and the only reason it's needed is just because they've moved outside the confines of their building. It is a confined area. Yes, Councilman Haverfield?
So when we originally reviewed and approved their alcohol permit, it was with an understanding that there was going to be food served as well as a portion of what their overall services will be providing. And looking at the packet, there was just liquor, beer, and wine, or basically liquor and beer indicated, not any food consumption. Will that be in combination with the restaurant that's around on the south side of the building?
H&M.
H&M?
So, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Haverfield, I don't believe alcohol catering permits require that food be involved or that they have to state if there's food involved. So what you're being shown is an alcohol catering
simply the
permit.
alcohol.
Mhm.
Okay. And then I would assume, since they sell tobacco products, that would be outside as well. But that's just an assumption. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, so this is an action item. What is the will of the council?
Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the item requested under 7-3.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes?
Jingula,
Yes.
Hills.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I don't
Yes.
know if the owners are here. I know you had asked to see if they would be present.
Are the owners of VCAT Lounge here? Yes. Where are you? There you are. Hi. So you are approved to move forward. So that was good, huh?
We'll be here several more times for the year.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'm sorry, this is a new, the reason for this, it's new because with catering permits, we have, within a distance of a church, we said that the catering permits have to have approval. And so in the ideal world, you get a blanket approval so you don't have to keep coming back. Are we allowed to do that? It'd be nice, maybe we need to adjust I think we need to adjust our code.
So, Madam Mayor, when we made the change last year, it was with the thought that the business owner would have to come before us for every alcohol catering permit. When we were notified by several businesses that that actually would be an inconvenience due to the number that they do, we came back to council and we provided the option of a consent to cater form, which the business would go to the school or church that is located within 300 feet and basically get it signed off for 1 year at a time. It had not, we had not thought about the potential of a church or school not being contacted or them not contacting the business to sign that form. So that is something that I did speak to VCAT Lounge on, that we are going to be monitoring. Or if council would like to provide direction now to come back with a potential third option of what to do when the church or school chooses not to give any response, because otherwise they're going to have to keep coming back.
Yes, you may.
It's not just an inconvenience of time for me. I think it might be a rather galactic waste of time for you guys. I would hope you would have better things to do than review a simple catering permit for a one-day event that's from 2 to 11 o'clock. You might have better things to do. So this was rather incumbent on us to come here. This hasn't been great for us. So we've done 4 of these a year, maybe 4, maybe 3. So we've been in business for 4 years. We've done maybe 12, 16 at the most. Haven't hurt so much as one fly. So I think this is a galactic waste of time for you guys to have to do this every time we want to do a permit.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Thank you. Yes.
So, based off of Shar's third option, I would recommend that we would allow, if the churches aren't coming out and saying we're against this, then they're neutral and they should be for it, and we should allow them to have their 1 year when they bring this forward, in my opinion.
I think we may have to change our code because of the code, but we will get that changed. It's one of those, I'm not going to say an oversight, but somewhat of an oversight. It was not an intended. It isn't that it wasn't an intended
I understand.
outcome.
I understand.
So, thank you.
I think to the councilman's point, a no response should be a yes response, right?
And I think we can adjust based on that, so,
Madam Mayor.
thank you.
I did have a request by council. Could you state your name for the record?
Tim Wangler, 217 14th Avenue South, Nampa.
Thank you.
Mayor
Thank you.
Queen?
Yes?
Mr.
Do you have a-
Wangler, I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
You
Sorry.
can back up. So will there be any food served, H&M, as far
We're
as?
partnering with H&M Meats for Food, yeah.
Okay, so there'll be
Yeah.
food consumption along with the alcohol?
There'll be food, of course. Yeah, we do a food. You should have a map in front of you. There is a food truck there. You can scrap the food truck. Those are difficult to book. It takes a long time to get them. This is last minute. So we're partnering with H&M on food. To your point earlier, when you approved the license, there was no food requirement for the license.
Inside the VCAT lounge?
Correct.
I thought that we talked along those lines.
So
that there was.
this is going to go back to state law. If there's smoking, if there is food served, minors are allowed. If minors are allowed, no smoking.
Okay,
You understand how that kills the business model?
sure. So if that's the case inside, and this is meant to be family-friendly with kids potentially in the open area out there?
Only the open area, only basically for the food. So everything is coned off, cones supplied by the city, caution tape around the cones.
Okay.
Yeah,
So you've taken that factor into
of
consideration?
course, of course. Like I said, we've done this many, many times. Yeah,
Thank you.
never had a problem.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. So that is done because we voted, right?
Correct. Madam Mayor, just for clarification, is council expressing interest to bring this item back?
Yes, they did.
Session? Okay.
Thank you. We'll bring it back as soon as possible. Thank you. Okay, it is, I'm just looking at what we could get through tonight. I think, do we have someone from Stan Tech here? So you're waiting. So let's go ahead and do item 7.4. That way you can go home. 7.4 is an action item. It's to authorize the Mayor and Public Works Director to sign a task order with Stan Tech Consulting Services for the design of the wastewater treatment plant primary digester number 4 and primary clarifiers number 2 and number 3. This is a coating and repair project in the amount of $148,777.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Ingula.
Yes.
Mills.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Everfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
I think I may go ahead and just move us down. That 7.5 on the agenda is a facilities request for funding to complete the Hugh Nichols Public Safety Building flooring replacement project and authorize the mayor to sign a contract amendment for the additional work to complete the Hugh Nichols Public Safety Building flooring replacement project based on the options detailed in the staff memo. This was reviewed and approved by City Attorney Victor Villegas. It is funded in the FY24 capital budget, item number 24-1010-008, and also with a potential pending budget amendment. So do you have any questions? Does anyone have questions for Patrick? Yes? Okay.
Couple of questions, Patrick. It appears it says that the condition of the concrete floors after grinding and polishing did not meet the expectations of the floor covering. The floor covering was to just be a sealed concrete. So what was not acceptable in the final surface that is requiring us now to put tile over it?
On Mayor and Councilman Haverfield, on all levels, there was a very low percentage of smooth concrete that did not show aggregate and did not have hairline cracks. So even had the contractor ground the basement and the first floor and did some sealing on both floors, and it wouldn't cover it. I mean, it looked like shiny, very kind of rough concrete, and so we decided that it was not an appropriate surface long term. Plus, every few years you'd have to come back and seal, and you'd have to buff it and then reseal it. So now we're on a maintenance program to continually reseal the bare floor.
So why didn't we choose that option to begin with, I guess is my next question, but I guess hindsight's always 20/20.
That's an interesting question, Mayor and Councilman Haverfield. That predates my current involvement with facilities, and the project manager who worked on that project He's no longer with us. He's still alive, but he's no longer, he's, sorry. he's no longer in employment. And so it appears that he was trying to add a few other areas where marmoleum was removed in order to get those into the budget. The concrete would have been a lower cost option than the floor covering that was bid for the project originally.
So my next question then is, was the whole area to receive this new floor finish ground down and polished?
No, it was not. However, to receive the porcelain tile, we still need to go back through and grind all 4 levels of the floor.
You're going to thin set that. So my question then is, it appears that the only credit we're getting back for the original effort, even though we're not going with that initial finish, is only $4,000 for the stain product. So if the whole facility wasn't ground down and polished, where did the extra dollars go? And what are change orders number 1 and 2? Because it's not in the packet that I found.
Change orders number 1 and 2 are shown in the budget, I believe. Those were additional flooring areas that were added to the scope of work.
Okay.
And those are done. Those are completed as work orders and signed off and paid. We've paid around $80,000, and the difference between the $80,000 and we have about $30,000 worth of labor credit for installing the rubber base that was bought, and then also to go toward the installation of the porcelain tile. It's in the existing contract,
Yeah,
because we've only
at-
paid $80,000 of the total contract, so the remaining contract amount goes toward the porcelain tile. And the change order is to basically buy the material.
So that's where I was trying to get the numbers to add up. So the total overall at this point with the added areas for change orders 1 and 2 was the $132,662. Is that correct?
No, it would have been the 99,000. Let's see,
The original contract.
$115,000 would have been. It would have been the wall-to-wall contract and change order 1 and 2, which would have been around $115,000. And then we had merchants moving underneath that.
Right. I'm looking
And
at
then
that.
the change order just to add the porcelain ceramic tile in all the hallway areas is $132,662. So that's what we would have to pay at this point to finish the job.
Okay, so the paid invoices, there's the one line item of $90,364. Again, I'm back to it. I'm just concerned that we paid additionally. My concern was, what is change orders 1 and 2? You've answered that. I was just looking for the credit back for the work not done, product not used, and so I just want to make sure and look over your shoulders so that we're giving you good guidance. So that's all I'm looking at here, dollar-wise. So the total requested funding of $163,000, in addition to the $132,000.
Right, that's the budget authority. So basically, if we add on the $132,662 for the flooring, we still need to pay for the 2 change orders and the merchant's equipment moving costs. Because we only had authorization originally for $93,500.
Okay, so the only thing I'm missing here is we do get a credit back for some product that's not being used, but we didn't get the full credit or the credit back for the ground surfaces that weren't ground down. Is that correct?
No, we were getting that, the
Getting that
labor,
too?
yes, for everything that was not done under the original contract, we have a credit in there. And I can get a breakout of that credit from wall to wall. But in our discussions, he added on, basically, this is what I need that I don't have a contract for to make the project whole.
Yeah, because it only indicated a credit of $4,650, but you're saying there's more.
There is more, correct.
Well, there's work yet to be done that has not been completed, therefore they haven't been billed. They won't be credited it, they have the work to do.
Yes.
Which is grinding down the floors, which hasn't been done yet, but that
They
will be
still
done.
need to go through all 4 floors, and they still need to take off the sheen on on 2 of the floors, and there's rough surfaces still that they need to grind so that the
So they
thin
will
set
be,
will work.
they will be performing that work. Okay, that's where I was missing it. And I agree, I think that going through the facility, it definitely is a needed issue, so, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further, go ahead.
So Patrick, I'm looking at the summary sheet, and it says budget to actual funding request. So if I understand right, this is the additional amount from the original contract, or this is the net change?
This is the amount above the original $93,500 that was in the original FY23 budget. So if you take all of the costs shown and subtract $93,500, then you get the $163,000.
So what was I guess I got to get clarified. What was the original contract?
The original contract was $99,168, but we need the budget authority, and that's how, when we talked to finance, we needed budget authority above the original $93,500 because we would have rolled that amount over into '24. This project started in '23. Even though council gave authorization to issue a contract for $99,168, what we're asking for the delta between what it takes to finish the job minus the original budget amount of $93,500.
And so that's
the 163 number.
So there's other line items besides the 99, but so the contract's going up 163,000?
Yes, it goes up to capture the first 2 change orders listed under the wall-to-wall contract and to cover the merchant's equipment moving costs that weren't anticipated. And that was to move equipment out of storage rooms where the marmoleum was removed, and they were just going to leave bare concrete, but they had to pull all the equipment out, remove the marmoleum, and then put the equipment back in.
Mayor?
You know what?
May I make a comment or?
You may, and I'm thinking this is taking a while and it's really eating into it. It's taking much longer than I expected.
Very, very quickly.
Okay.
Patrick, was the increase primarily due to the shift of media from polishing to the tile? Is that where the main cost is? From the amount of additional money we need?
The amount of additional, primarily it is for going from, we were going to go to bare sealed concrete, and then we're moving toward a porcelain tile with a 40-year life.
Okay.
That's the lion's share, and there's a small percentage that is for additional work that was authorized above the original contract, which included the merchant moving costs.
So, Mayor, my clarification is in the summary. So I'm sorry I'm not reading this particular write-up very well, but I'm not fully grasping what the original contract amount was and what we're change ordering to in terms of what are we taking on additional expense.
And my question is, I think we have some further discussion, so I'd like to push this off to the next council meeting and let you have...
To the next one?
To the next council meeting.
Okay.
So I think if we're going to push it, we also ought to consider closing out this contract and rebidding the project.
Okay, so I tell you what, so what I'd like us to do is to postpone this to the next council meeting, which is May 6th, that we'll set this back further. But I'd like to have some discussions with various council meetings, members, if you could reach out to Councilman Bills and Councilman Haverfield. Let's clarify the questions, and then we'll be ready to come back and we'll have a decision about what we need to do.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep. we'll
Thank
do
you,
that.
Patrick. I appreciate it.
Yes, and if you wouldn't mind getting a hold of me as well.
Pardon me?
If you would mind getting a hold of me as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Okay, so I was thinking I'd like to get through our new business items. If depending on how long it takes. 7.6 is an action item. This is to award the proposal for the automated traffic signal performance measurement software to Econolite Systems. And then authorize the mayor to sign a purchase agreement in the amount of $136,580. This, part of the overage in this will be part of an FY24 budget amendment. Council, do you have any questions on this item for Crystal?
I move that we approve this item.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or questions?
I do have one question, Mayor.
Okay.
So, Crystal, when we had toured with the Nampa Police Department, the lights are integrated, the system is set up. This is just the brain to be able to now coordinate the timing with the lights as the last piece of the puzzle.
Mayor, Councilman Griffin, last council I came to you guys and you approved our management software, so that was the brains, as you were calling them. This is our performance software, so this will allow us to get information on delay, on travel time, and use that data to calculate level of service for the city and be more reactive. So this is really what's going to get us the heart of improving traffic in and through Nampa.
And this is the last portion that we need to have the complete system.
Yes.
Thank you.
So it has been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Everfield? Griffin?
Yes.
Ingula?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
7.7 is an action item. This is to authorize the Mayor and Public Works Director to sign a task order with Ardura Group to complete the final design services for the airport infiltration pond in the amount of $107,717. This is funded with the Columbia River Basin Restoration Grant, and it is approved in the FY24 budget.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Everfield? Griffin?
Yes.
Ingula?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
I'm not sure if we need discussion on 7.8, if we want to take the time right now. If there isn't any discussion needed, then,
Mayor?
yes,
I do have a question.
you do. Okay, so I'm going to postpone that until after public hearings so that we can move forward with our public hearings. We are going to move into our public hearings. I know we have a lot of people waiting here. We're going to start with 8.1. This is an action item. This is annexation and zoning and potential development agreement for 37.74 acres to residential professional zoning district. I'm going to pause real quickly. Do we have quite a few people signed up on this one?
No, we have to.
We have two. How many do we have signed up on our item 8.3? 8.1 and 8.
Madam Mayor, so just to go down the list, so for 8.1, we have 3.
Okay.
For 8.2, we just have the applicant. 8.3, we have 4.
Okay, well, we'll go ahead and move forward with 8.1 on the agenda then. So I'll go back to reading annexation, and it is an action item. It's annexation and zoning and potential development agreement for 37.74 acres to residential professional zoning district for a future mixed-use development for the Lente subdivision at 0 Ustick Road. This is for Kelly Black, Bailey Engineering, representing Endurance Holdings. And the original concept is 63 single-family detached residential lots, 98 single-family attached lots, 4 commercial lots, and 19 common lots. Is the applicant with us this evening? Thank you. As you come forward, thank you for sharing your name and address with us.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is David Bailey with Bailey Engineering. My office address is 1119 East State Street in Eagle, representing Endurance Holdings for this project. So Valente subdivision is a project that's been before you before. It's in the North Nampa, just south of Ustick Road and east of Northside Boulevard. In this area, there's been quite a bit of residential development going on in this area. The new high school is up to the north of this project here. To the west is a previously platted county subdivision. To the north is the Heartland subdivision and a vacant property. The city sewer lift station is on that property to the north of us. To the northwest is Magnolia subdivision and Kinghorn subdivision within this area. So the project we're bringing in is, as you stated, a request for annexation and zoning to the RP zone for this property. It's about 37 acres. And we are including with the application a conceptual plan as requested by the city for the annexation and zoning, and a request for a development agreement to go along with the annexation and zoning to be consistent with the conceptual plan. This project has been before the city previously and was denied over 2 years ago. The requirement is that we wait a year before we bring back anything in a substantially similar form before the city. During that time, we've answered some pretty good questions about this, and the city has answered quite a few of them for us as well about the property. So at the time, there was a concern by the neighbors about the density, about schools, about and about transportation in the area here. And since then, the plans for the roundabout at Ustick and North Side have significantly advanced. They were originally listed, or are still listed in the city's plans for 2024 to construct that roundabout. But we've heard that that'd probably be pushed off to 2025, so I don't know that that is actually official, but on your official site it says 2024, the middle, or the highway district. And so with that project, which is intended now, I understand, to be constructed in 2025, they'd need the right-of-way on the northeast corner and on the southeast corner. I assume they're getting it from the property on the southwest corner. It's already been dedicated on the northwest corner from the Magnolia property. So this developer is in control of all three of those northwest, northeast, and southeast corners of this intersection that we're talking about here. So that's on the transportation end, and there are plans to improve Ustick Road through this area, and we did submit a traffic study with the previous project. I don't know that we've updated the traffic study with this because it's an annexation into the city, and we would bring that in with the preliminary plat for the project. In addition, the city has changed the comprehensive plan designation for this property from medium-density residential to mixed-use residential. Is what the requirement in the NAMPA, and that was done last year. The comprehensive plan was changed. So we feel this is really consistent what we're actually asking for here. The RP zone is consistent with the mixed-use residential plan. Again, we're not submitting a preliminary plat. We're asking for annexation and zoning of the property, and we would come back with a preliminary plat, the requirement being that it would be substantially in conformance under the development agreement with the conceptual plan that we're submitting you tonight. We meet all the requirements of the RP zone. So we are proposing within this a mix of uses within that project. So single-family detached residential, some townhomes, single-family residential, individually sold lots in this, not a rental product, and some small an amount of commercial that meets the minimum for the RP zone, that they want to have some commercial within here. Would not be high density, it would not be intense use, so we're asking for an office zone for that. We'll be asking for, or that office uses in the RP zone fit within that category on that end of it. So the objective of the comprehensive plan is to encourage mixed-use developments along major transportation corridors, which this is along Ustick. Prioritize projects that have the greatest impact to traffic congestion mitigation and the transportation master plan, which this would have a significant impact in furthering the goals of getting the intersection there and improving Ustick Road along this section of the road. I think I talked kind of fast, so I'll run through this and then we're contiguous on the northwest corner. We're in the mixed-use zone. I guess I would point out that within that mixed-use zone to the north is the Wood Poppy subdivision, which is not back before the city yet. To the northwest is Magnolia, but that's all mixed use. To the east of us is mixed use. This is mixed use, and to the west is shown as mixed use in the plan, and to the south of us is industrial. So it feels like it's an appropriate area for the RP zone. Our conceptual plan shows about 4.5 units per acre for this property here, and the zone density guidelines for the RP zone would be between for the mixed use zone would be be between 3 and 8 units per acre. So we're well under the middle of that, which would be 5 to the acre with what we have proposed. We are going to be requesting a zone for RP to the north or RUT to the east, but that is a mixed density or mixed residential. I think we go into R6 to the east of there once you get past Madison, I believe. I went over that. Here's a picture of what the current plan is for the roundabout that goes in that area. And you show the right-of-way that would be dedicated out of this project and to the north as well to support that construction. And we do the right-of-way dedication at annexation and rezone with the city of Nampa, so we'd be donating that right-of-way. Conceptual plan. I talked about there. It's not there. I won't go into that too much. And we agree to the conditions of approval. Be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you.
Mayor, question?
Yes.
So you got one entry and then using the fire lane concept out as well on the same, on Ustick, is that correct? If I'm seeing your conceptual?
Could you go back to that, your conceptual drawing?
Yes.
Thank you. There you go.
So on the conceptual plan, yes, we have the one entry from Ustick Road, and then we would do in a fire lane. We have talked to your fire chief about that in the past, as far as that access. What was I going to say on that? So that condition, or that condition of what we would actually do to finish that, would have to be approved at the preliminary plat stage if we get this to develop. So if that's not an acceptable, we would find another point of access or limit the number of lots we develop until the access would be acceptable to your fire department.
So the driveway that's shown to go to the drain, the purpose of that?
Excuse me?
Well, you've got either a drive lane or a street proposed across the drain in the center of your...
Mason Creek.
On the west side?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
It's on the west side of the property along that line that's angling up. There's a lane going out.
We do have a City of Nampa pathway, or a city
Is that what
pathway
that
that go
is?
along, and that will connect to Madison. Yeah, that lane. I don't know that, that connection across, that would go across to the project to the west for a future stub street. And so we're proposing that as just a cross connection across the drain that would happen in that area. Is that what we're showing? Is that what we're talking there?
So that's a stub.
You actually going to build to the west side of the drain, or you're just showing that in art form at this point?
So again, the details of that would be with the preliminary plat, but generally we will build that if we can, but we can't build a bridge to the center of a drain if we don't own the property on the other side. So if that's the case, we usually trust fund for the half of that bridge with the cities to see that when the development comes in from the other side, that can be connected.
Mayor, Councilman Bills, that is correct. We have started in these situations where they own to the center of a waterway. We will have them do payment in lieu of construction for that half of the cost of that improvement. And then when the adjacent development happens, that money is provided to that developer to actually install the full crossing. And we've been able to do that successfully on a number of projects in more recent history.
Okay, I appreciate that. I've just reflecting on the Augusta, trying to connect, and then all of a sudden the neighbors, having built there, they don't want the connection, so then you got the road to nowhere. And so the likelihood of that triangle piece to the west, southwest, if that's actually going to develop residential, and if that connectivity is even viable.
It is certainly desirable from the city's standpoint and the connectivity policies that we have in place in our design manuals.
Okay. It just seemed odd to me based on what we've, some experience there, so.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the applicant, Councilman Haverfield?
Yeah, but they'll probably be best directed to staff.
Okay, so why don't we, at this time, move over to the staff report, and Mr. Bailey, as you know, you'll come back at the end of public hearing, and we'll be able to ask you further questions as needed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Christy.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. I'm Christy Watkins, Principal Planner for the City of Nampa. The action requested from you this evening is for approval of annexation and zoning to RP for the property on the southeast corner of Eustic and North Side. We had 2 pre-app meetings, one in December of 2020 and one in December of 2023 with staff. In May of 2021, as he said, they applied for annexation and zoning to RD, and that was denied due to the fact that the Eustic corridor study had not yet been completed. And then in February of this year, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval. So he did discuss all of the surrounding zoning, so I'm not going to go over that again. The city's sewer and water and pressurized irrigation systems do have adequate capacity to serve this property, and they will be required to construct all utilities to and through the property at the time of development. As he stated, upon annexation, this request will provide dedication of right-of-way that's needed for the future roundabout. A traffic impact study was prepared for this property before, but with anything new that they bring in with the preliminary plat, they'll need to update those numbers. So the correspondence that was received, we did get some public input, specifically requesting a fence around the drainage pond at the southeast corner of the project, concerns about compatibility, concerns about traffic, water, and police capacity, concerns about waiting for the infrastructure to catch up with the building and the wildlife that's on the property and the existing wells. Concerns from an owner nearby that has a 39-acre farm east. They're requesting a solid fence along the east boundary of the project to protect their property that has no openings that state for future expansion. And then some questions posed in one of the letters. The density is greater than the previously proposed and denied project. So what about school capacity? What about the traffic impact study? What about conserving ag land? And what about the adjoining property rights? We also received standard comments from the building department. The fire department has stated that this is located approximately 2.6 miles from fire station number 3 with a response time of 6 minutes. At the time of build out, then the fire district would see $252,287 in impact fees. And engineering gave their standard list of conditions and requirement for an updated traffic impact study. So in the comprehensive plan, it defines compatibility, residential areas, the residential mixed use principles, housing goals and strategies, including location of higher density development near to job centers and major transportation corridors. This area, as it develops into industrial uses, it will become a job center. The proposed RP zoning district is a permitted zone under the Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Map designation of residential mixed use because it allows for a mix of uses without needing to have separate zoning for each developed area. And with a concept plan, sometimes that's a little bit easier than trying to go back and redefine your zoning boundaries. This request is not currently asking for preliminary plat approval. The residential mixed-use designation requires a density that falls between 2.51 to 8. As he stated, the concept plan shows around 4 to 5, but again, it will be tweaked once we dial in all the details on that. Residential mixed-use areas must be planned to provide a suitable residential environment with private, semi-private, and public spaces located throughout the development. Qualified open space with park-like elements should be required in all residential developments. Housing types could be single-family detached, townhouses, duplexes, single-family live-work units, residential with retail, commercial, street-level storefronts, and residential commercial buildings with artist studios and lofts. Those are just examples out of our comprehensive plan. Engineering has very specific drainage and irrigation requirements for this property. A portion of this property is located in the 100-year flood zone with the floodway. As such, future development should adhere to the requirements in Title IV, Chapter 9 for flood damage prevention. There are 3 criteria for determining whether or not annexation is appropriate. The first one is that the property owner has consented to this application. The second one is the property is contiguous to the city limits on the east side, and the area can reasonably be assumed to be available for orderly development of the city because the uses in the area and the right-of-way that's going to be dedicated to the city and improved with all the required frontage improvements at the time of build-out, as well as the pathway along the canal. And then there are also 3 criteria for zoning. The proposed annexation and zoning is compatible with adjoining districts because it establishes an area of RP zoning that is the same as or compatible with immediately adjoining districts. The zoning district is a permitted use under the residential mixed-use zoning. The proposed annexation and zoning map amendment provides a zone that allows a set of uses and provides a concept plan that shows that this future development would be reasonably compatible with the allowable area uses in the area. The proposed annexation and zoning map amendment is in the interest of the public and reasonably necessary to bring city sewer to this area, to make use of existing utilities in the area, and provide for a development that will work towards the future right-of-way improvements, install curb gutter, sidewalk, landscaping, side path, and create a space for commercial services that will be a benefit going forward. These are the conditions of approval that are listed in your staff report. These are your potential motions, and I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Christy.
Thank you.
Okay, questions, Councilman Haverfield.
Just a couple, Christy. Trying to understand the project in total. The roundabout, is it at North Side and Ustick or at Madison and Ustick?
Councilman Haverfield, it's at North Side and Ustick.
North Side, okay. And the way that this conceptual plan was laid out, the primary entrance off of Ustick on the eastern side goes through the commercial development to get to the residential. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is that normally acceptable? I thought it was kind of a no-no to go through a commercial area to get to a residential area. That's not the case?
Councilman Haverfield, I think as long as it meets the public street width, we don't really have an issue with the uses that are to either side of it. They can create a public street.
Okay. So the uses in that commercial portion, are they service, mainly service commercial and not industrial, correct?
In the RP zone, they have a limited number of uses, and industrial uses are not in that list.
Okay. So looking at the fact that there's just the primary entrance off of Ustick, there's a secondary emergency access only along Ustick, as well as mentioned by Councilman Bills. Is there a restriction on the number of housing units that can be built in the first phase, with that just being one entry point with a relief point?
Yeah, I believe the fire department doesn't allow you to go over 30.
30. And the applicant's aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. But that does not include the commercial development. That could be separate.
You may want to address that with the fire department.
Okay.
I don't know what that requirement is.
So am I accurate in stating then that the bridge that would be built along the western side over the Purdom area would be required for them to be able to develop the southern portion of this development as proposed?
Councilman Haverfield, they do have a proposed emergency access only lane going north up to Ustick. The fire department has allowed that as a secondary access in the past. So okay. I would have to ask them if they're okay with those both going out to Ustick.
And that's why I asked the first question. If there is an emergency access along with the primary access, is it still a limit of 30, or is it more than 30 units that can be developed?
With the commercial, you'd have to talk to the fire department. I don't have an answer for that. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Are there other questions? Yes, Councilman
Thank you, Mayor.
Rodriguez.
In the staff report, it says right-of-way will be required to be dedicated on the following roadways. And additional right-of-way is required for city-planned roundabouts at the intersection North Side and Ustick. Okay, 2 questions. Is this going to be funded by the city which includes the right-of-way acquisition? If so, is it way too soon to say when and where and what?
So Councilman Rodriguez, typically upon annexation, we just require that they dedicate right-of-way. We do not purchase right-of-way at that time. It's just part of the agreement for them to come into the city.
And that's with the applicant?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Well, we would need you.
Good.
Yes.
Mayor, Christy, what size lots are those to the west of this proposed development? Do you know? They look to be much larger, so I'm just wondering.
Yeah, Councilman Jangula, those are in the county, so they would be larger acreage. I don't have measurements on them, but they're probably close to an acre or more.
Are there further questions? I do have a quick question about the traffic impact study, and that this is a opportunity for a development agreement. Does this particular location feed into the Valley View School District and the new grade school that is being built?
The traffic study for this property would not necessarily extend, the boundary that they are required to look at would not extend up to Linden and Madison and Linden and Franklin.
Wasn't the traffic impact study for the Valley View School District grade school, wasn't one of those noted intersections, North Side and Ustick, and they chose not to?
Not North Side and Ustick, North Side and Linden.
And North Side and Linden?
Correct.
Okay, so not North Side and
Not
Ustick.
North Side and Ustick.
Is this in the school boundary for the new grade school?
We have not received those proposed boundaries. We are working with the Valley View School District on some items on their traffic impact study. We've met with them a couple times, and they've submitted some additional information to us that we're currently working with them on. With the East Canyon Elementary directly north of this on North Side, I wouldn't necessarily hazard a guess at where these residents would attend elementary school. I don't know the answer to that.
What I'm thinking is, if there were a latecomers agreement on the new grade school, would this be included in part of that latecomers agreement?
It is possible. We would have to look at what the area for that is. That's one of the discussions we're having with them. It is a potential that this would contribute to that latecomers agreement, but I don't know that 100% until we come up with the actual reimbursement area if they choose to pursue that.
So you might be thinking about that, because as we make this decision, we only have one opportunity in a development agreement, and we would need to determine how to proceed if we were asking for something in a development agreement.
And the development agreement would not be the place where a reimbursement agreement would. The reimbursement is a separate agreement between the party that installs the infrastructure and then the boundary. Placing that in the development agreement would not be necessary for this property. If it falls within that reimbursement area, they would still be obligated to pay those fees regardless of whether there was something in a development agreement related to it.
Okay, but we could put something in the development agreement to ensure that that happens. Would that be correct? Okay. It's not the time for legal, but I am asking questions about the timing of what we're allowed to do. We have one opportunity at an annexation, and that is at this time. We can't go back and undo it. So I want to make sure we do it at this time if we're going to do something.
So, Mayor, a question, and this may be Christie's. Typically in times past, and I realize I'm still getting up to speed with some of the current comp plan changes, the development agreement was a part of the annexation approval. It appears in this one that agreement's coming after the fact.
No.
Councilman Bills, it'll be part of the annexation.
So you have the agreement in here.
Correct. We have been advertising that so that it's easier for you guys to make that a requirement if you want to. We've been advertising it as a development agreement separate, just so that everyone knows that's potentially going to happen.
There is no development agreement agreed to. The way we are now noticing is that it is an authorization for annexation and the potential to enter into a development agreement as we determine setting at this bench. So it would be based on council recommendation if we were to suggest certain things be included in a development agreement. It isn't automatic that we do a development agreement, only if needed.
And because this doesn't have a preliminary plat attached to it, the recommendation is to do a development agreement. If there was a preliminary plat, you could condition the plat, and then we wouldn't need the development agreement. So we just are leaving our options open with that wording.
Okay, that helps me connect it, because that's why I was struggling with what we're doing here.
Yeah.
Well, good question.
So in my mind, if we're approving it, then we should definitely require a development agreement and nail things down. My concern is approving an RP zone and then coming back later with changes. And that's why it's difficult for me to understand crossing the lateral.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend doing this without a development agreement, for sure.
Okay.
And it locks in that concept plan and then any specific conditions for the future planning that you might want to add.
So when that's done, is that brought back council, or is
Just for
that
reading
just
of the
handled at
ordinance.
staff?
Yeah, it's just for the reading of the ordinance, so you'll have it in a packet in the future when it comes back for reading. If you wanted to review it, you
Does
could pull it off and we could discuss it.
Actually approve the preliminary plat when it's
They
done?
do.
It's done through planning and zoning, but we won't see it again.
You'll see the development agreement, but you won't see the plat.
Is this the first time RP's been used to get a residential project through?
No, we have one south of town that's a patio home style product.
But that was a substantially less acreage, right?
No, I think it's probably about the same size as this. I think it was around 35 acres, 30 acres, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's happened a couple times.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes?
Daniel, can you answer the question that I asked as far as on the number of housing units that can be built as a part of just having the one entry point?
So with the single entry point, they can have 29 units. Once they put in that emergency access, then they can go above that. So if they were to build 29 units in their first phase, they could do that, come in with their second phase, put in the emergency access, and complete the project.
They can,
Am I
based
speaking
upon
correct?
that interpretation, they can complete the whole project.
With this layout, yes, I believe that's correct. Ron, correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay. I just needed that clarity.
And I'm sorry, I may be missing something. Could you show where that emergency access is?
So the main street is there on the northeast corner of the property. The emergency access is there to the west between the drain, right where Christie is showing on the screen right now. So it would be a drive aisle out that ultimately, once the stub streets are connected to, that emergency access can go away. That's how we've handled them in the past.
But the sub-streets are streets to nowhere until
Currently,
who knows when. Right?
Yes, so that emergency access has to stay until such time as the property either to the south or to the east develops, and then they have additional entrances that would be there.
This may be a really stupid question, but I'm going to ask it. It confuses me that there would be an emergency access point off of the same roadway in close proximity to the main, because sometimes the reason you need an emergency access point is because due to traffic, you cannot access that other point, and they're so close together. Thank you, Ron, for coming forward and clarifying this, because to me, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense as an emergency access point.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, in ideal situations, we prefer to have the access points further apart than that. There's nothing saying they can't come out on the same road. There is guidance so that they should be spaced equal to half the diagonal measurement of the subdivision. So this obviously doesn't meet that. Now, we have some leeway to accept something lesser under a few conditions, like it has really good looping within the subdivision. So there's several ways to get to those 2 points. And then when there's stub streets with potential to have full secondary accesses later, we'll consider that when we're looking at a narrower set of access points.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Are there any other questions at this time?
One other question, this may be for Christie. There was a comment submitted in the comments or made at P&Z, I believe, saying that the density that was disapproved a year ago, that this one is higher than that?
Councilman Bills, I saw that comment as well. I have not counted the lots in this to make that comparison. I believe that it is higher in density by just a few units. I don't know what the exact number is, but again, we would do a full evaluation of the preliminary plat when it's submitted. If that's something that you wanted to condition, you could do that as well, that they bring the number of lots down. That's an option, just throwing it out there.
Would it be possible for us tonight, before we're done with this public hearing, to know what the difference in units is?
Mayor, I'm sure that
Whether
Mr.
you or the
Bailey would
applicant.
be able to provide
Okay.
you with that information.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
One last question, Christie. It states that we're looking at 63 single-family detached and then 98 single-family attached. So are these townhouses?
Councilman Haverfield, yes, they are being proposed as townhouses.
Okay. So they're not being, are they being proposed as duplex townhouses with a separation between the duplexes, or are we talking about an eightplex with property lines between it like a condo?
I want to say, based on previous discussions, they're fourplexes, but I don't have building footprints, so I don't know exactly. But the way it looks like the majority of them are either triplexes or fourplexes.
But they would have property lines between the units, so
Correct.
they'd be single-family.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other questions for staff at this time, we'll move into public hearing. Shar, what do we have?
Madam Mayor, our first speaker is Brian Person.
Good evening. And thank you. As whoever is testifying, just please give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. Good evening.
Well, thanks, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. We've got 3 minutes. I'm going to have to move really briskly, so I apologize in advance. Those lots, ma'am, are...
And your name and address first.
Brian Pearson, 17754 Polaire Way. Ma'am, those lots are across the way are an acre to an acre and a half. Ours is 1.48, and that's probably pretty common to what's in there. I can help with the numbers. 2 years ago, the proposal that you all denied, this body denied, because of density and congestion concerns, by my count was 133. Now you've gone to 161. 133 was too many. 161 is apparently a good idea. That's what we got. The designation to RP did not magically widen Ustick Road or Northside Road or increase the transportation capacity or increase the size of the schools. It simply didn't do that. If you use the ITE multiplier, which is commonly used, 161 residences would add about 1,455 vehicle trips per day with a single point of ingress and egress a few hundred feet off of Ustick Road. If you go out there between 5 and 7 on any given evening, the cars are backed up a mile to the next four-way stop. You can have 2 points of ingress and egress. I don't know how it's going to work. The planning and zoning hearing, I also pointed out, and I don't speak for the school district, but you can get this off the website. East Canyon Elementary is 125 students above their enrollment capacity now. That's not me, that's off the website. There was little or no concern expressed about infrastructure education shortfalls that I'm describing here at the P&Z meeting. The applicant didn't seem concerned, or they wouldn't have increased the density to 161. So if there's any discernment, any critical review of this, it's going to come here. It hasn't happened before now. We talked then about the comprehensive plan and the 161 units. It sounds like it's almost a duty to move to this kind of density because of RP. So I took a look at, is the comprehensive plan considered the law of the land? Is it sacrosanct? Well, 3 years ago, with the same provisions in y'all's comprehensive plan language, the annexation and rezoning for Adler Industrial's industrial development to the west and south of us came up. And in the provisional conditional uses, the things that are pre-approved include processing chemicals, chemical products, including petroleum and also railroad buildings and equipment, 30 feet from our property lines, 30 feet. So the same provision in the comprehensive plan then exists now, and it's stated in the staff report, I quote, "Compatible design is defined as the visual relationship between adjacent and nearby buildings and the immediate streetscapes in terms of consistency of material, colors, building elements, building mass, and other constructed elements of urban environments such that abrupt
Madam
or
Mayor,
severe
time.
differences are avoided." 30 feet from your backyard, a railroad repair facility, a agricultural products processing. You've deviated from your comprehensive plan before. I think you can again in this RP setting. I see I'm out of time.
Thank
I had to
you.
go fast. Any questions?
I don't believe so, but thank you, Mr. Pearson.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Cindy Person.
Good evening. And Cindy, you will have to restate your name and address.
My name, excuse me. My name is
Can you
Cindy
bring the
Pearson.
microphone down?
He's taller than me. My name is Cindy Pearson, and I live at 17754 Polaire Way. And I thank you for the opportunity to be able to come and speak to you all. First off, I'd like to say that I understand that until Idaho passes legislation that will provide farmers an attractive monetary incentive to continue farming or to sell their ag land to other farmers, our city governments, you guys, have the dilemma of farmers selling to developers and the developers coming to you to rezone their land. I get it. However, changing the comprehensive plans to accommodate the developers, as it appears to have happened in this case, as it appears that it has happened in this case, is not the best interest of our valley or our communities. The issues of the neighborhoods on Northside and Ustick that existed under your previous comprehensive plan and that caused this council to return the developer's plan to amend it, these still exist. I appreciate the developer's creativity. His plan is attractive. However, I still believe the developer should be restricted by insisting that the density of their developments is kept to the minimum with the single-family homes on bigger lots, instead of this maximum density with apartments or townhouses / fourplexes crunched in here and there among the single-family homes. I ask you to please consider again to listen to and act upon the concerns of those of us who live in these neighborhoods and will be impacted by the overcrowding of the schools and the traffic problems that will come with this particular development plan. Thank you. I did it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is John Chapman.
Good evening.
My name is John Chapman. I live at 17706 Northside Boulevard in Nampa. I'm the one that our family sold this property to Corey Barton. Never could have any good conversations with him about what he was going to do, and so I'd stayed out of it for a long time. But I've followed it ever since it's been trying to develop it, and it doesn't match with anything that's right in that area. And I spent some money and had an engineer go through some other designs. I don't know whether that's in your packet or not. And the response I got from Bailey Engineering was, yeah, we'll look at it, but that was all. I never saw anything developing conversations on why would we want to do it this way or that. And so it's like coming into town tonight, I went 12 miles an hour to get here. You know, and if that's the way it's going to be, there's no way the people who live there with that density that they want to do, it can walk anyplace. There's nothing to walk to. And so if you have a developer with a big piece of ground, they're supposed to do a PUD, plan unit development. Because these guys don't own enough all the time, then that's the city's problem, that they need to make sure it's a PUD of some kind, and that we don't just put everybody out away from services. And I still don't think, even with the small amount of commercial type developments that they want to put on this now, which I put into my plans too, doesn't give us enough for the volume of people that are out there already. And so everybody's going to drive quite a ways. And we're on the edge of the Nampa system now, except for when you go down Madison and off that way, it goes out farther. But we're on the outskirts of Nampa, and you're putting a high-density deal with no place to go. And I've been there 72 years. I just know how it works. And we've had traffic accidents every week of some kind. Guy pulled out of my driveway the other day and got hit. Several years ago, there was a pedestrian hit on Eustic and killed. I just don't think it's appropriate to do what we're doing here at that density. And I think the plan that I put forth was a good one. Whether they bought right-of-ways from me to go out the north side or not, that's up to them, but that's going to get developed eventually somehow. And it would be more prudent for them to do that and then have everything go out on Eustic, which is a mess now and probably will be for another 10 years. Otherwise, you need to put a restriction on it and say, okay, we'll approve what you got, but you can't do it for 10 years until things are right. I don't believe in developing before you get all the road systems in, because you just got a mess. You'll kill a few people before. So, any questions?
No, but Mr. Chapman, thank you for taking time to come tonight. It's appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, we do not have any more advanced signups.
Is there anyone here this evening that had intended to testify on this particular matter tonight? Yes, go ahead and come forward, and please give your name and address.
Robert Simpson, 8713 Eustic Road. I understand one of the parts of the plan is all the traffic exiting on Eustic will turn to the right, which pushes it past my house, which is just past that entrance. So with the density of the traffic right now, and if they're pushing everything to the right, it's going to make it even more difficult for me to get out of my driveway. I'm going to have to go right. I won't be able to go left, and I got to wait for a break in the traffic, and that is being taken away. The other thing is, once the traffic is cleared in, about 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it becomes a racetrack. My house is at the quarter mile from the intersection, and so everybody tries to get going as fast as they can for that quarter. They're trying to beat the, they're trying to win the trophy. So and I had someone from the city call me and talk to me about Eustic and how they're going to improve it and put in the roundabouts. Well, if they're going 60 miles an hour past my house now from a standing stop, when they go through a roundabout at 30 miles an hour, they can really get going past my house. So roundabouts, to me, isn't going to help my situation. I've lived there on that particular property for about 50 years, and before that, just around the corner on Madison, my family came here back in 1946. So I've seen a lot of changes there. My kids used to go out and ride their bikes on Eustic Road. There is no way for someone to do that now. In fact, we had a person killed just past our place because somebody hit them. They were walking. So I just don't see pushing all that traffic to the right what it's going to do for anybody. Thank you.
Thank you for coming this evening. Is there anyone else this evening that had intended to testify? Okay, seeing none, this is an opportunity for the applicant to come back and provide closing comments and respond to any questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. David Bailey again, here talking. Come up with 9 out of that, and let's see if I can get through them in a reasonable period of time here. The first one I had on the list was Councilman Haverfield's question about the access through the commercial and the fire access, the discussion associated with that. And yes, we have done these accesses that are close by, and one is the actual approval for that gets done with the preliminary plat, and then with each phase of the development, we go through with the fire department on that. And if we're out of whack on the fire safety thing, then obviously we can't move forward, regardless of any approvals you give us on that end of it. That said, we think we have a good access here, and that's met the conditions and will meet the conditions of the fire department to develop the entire property. In addition to that, we put stub streets to the adjoining properties in accordance with the city's plans when we draw a plan on these. And your circulation, your emergency access all depends on us doing those access to each adjoining property, make sure that they have secondary access when we get to that point of developing those properties with that end. So with that, we have the stub street to the east, and the owner there has requested that we not stub there or put this road will be extended in the future sign on that, which we do frequently on these. If the city doesn't want that with the preliminary plat, we'd be glad to take it out, but we think it's a good idea. The city thinks it's a good idea, and I'm afraid that's what's going to need to happen on these projects. Again, we're up to the city's requirements on those issues there. We put them in as a matter of practice on all of these, including across the drain. And we want good access and circulation for the city in the long run as well. It serves all the public. That said, I'm jumping around, Mr. Simpson, there to the east of us, is that he has a driveway on an arterial street, and we understand that that's a significant problem. One of the things we do here is we will provide access from within the subdivision, and when the city gets around to saying, we want your drive to serve the public, we don't want your driveway coming off of Ustick, and then he has at least another place that they can do that benefits the public in the long run. I'm not the one who gets to tell them to do that, and I'm certainly not suggesting that I do, but that's the way it works down the road doing that. With that in mind, we want to make sure that there's another place for him to safely get out of his property onto the road there, and so we've done that with this project. The project is here, we're here for an annexation tonight. Or an annexation and a zoning request. And in fact, we are requesting the development agreement for basically the reasons you've had in there. And I understand the city has the option on that, but it doesn't make any sense for you to do that, as Councilman Bills pointed out. It doesn't make any sense. We brought in a thing that says this is the maximum we're going to do on this thing, and it sets our requirements, and it can set any other requirements. And it's an agreement to say, hey, we're going to behave ourselves with this RP zone. May or may not be tested, may not have things in there that we're not sure about, but here's what we're proposing to do. If we wanted to exceed beyond that, we'd certainly have to propose something different and get a change to the development agreement in order to do something different than is in our conceptual plan. I think that gives the city a lot of control in that area. See that we'll do it right in that area. That said, we're in for an annexation here in the middle of close to the middle of 2024. If this goes through, we could possibly submit a preliminary plat next year on this. And so we're seeing that we would have possibly with an approval, all these are possiblies, we would have construction drawings done in 2025. The roundabout's going to be under construction at that time, and hopefully we'd be constructing the subdivision in the fall of 2025 and could be putting houses in the ground in 2026. Now we're a long ways out from where we are today, and I believe in orderly development too, but orderly development thinks of following the comp plan 2, 3, 4, 5 years ahead of that. The Heartland subdivision to the north of this was a big deal, was a big problem for the city. And they're not even totally built out yet, or they may have just finished on that Heartland subdivision. There were only a couple of you who were on the council then when that was approved. And that's the orderly development that's happened in the area. this really makes sense. When you write your comp plan, there's a lot that goes on, and there's a lot of people who read your comp plan. And I know you know this, but I like to say it out loud. In your comp plan, you've studied the schools, you've studied the roads, you've studied the transportation, you studied the need for the type of housing and the type of commercial you need, and you looked at all these. You looked at the character of your city. And Nampa has an awesome comprehensive plan. It's been updated recently to show what you need to do, and there are people who read that. To start with, I read it. That's the first thing I look at is the comprehensive plan and say, are we doing things in accordance with the comprehensive plan? We go to a pre-app with your city, and that's the first thing we
Madam
look
Mayor,
at.
time.
Okay. So,
Thank you. So let's ask you some questions.
Okay.
Real quickly.
Thank you.
Council, do you have some questions?
I do, Mayor.
Councilman Jangula, I think.
I don't have questions, I have comments, so I'll wait till we've closed public hearing.
Okay, thank you. Questions, Councilman
Mayor,
Bills?
thank you. So the USTIC corridor study was before council roughly plus or minus 8 weeks ago.
I did not review it, no.
You haven't reviewed that in consideration of this, what you're proposing here?
I have not, as far as the annexation of this I have not reviewed that study.
Okay. So my concern, which would be addressed to Daniel again for question when we get done, is how that study and what's proposed for USTIC, having both one entry and a fire lane entry on USTIC, how that's going to play into effect in the future. Or at least it should be addressed if there's a development agreement, it would seem. The other part is what was your density a year ago, a year plus ago?
It was about 3.5 to the acre, and that was we had duplexes planned along the east boundary of that one. So I think the 133 number was probably correct. And that was under the city, under an RD zone was what we were requesting for that, and that was within the density requirements then. The density we have now was within your comp plan then as well. It was not over the allowed density under your previous comp plan nor of this one.
So your position is the comp plan update by the city is allowing you to ask for 4.5 density versus 3.5?
I'm saying that the 4.5 density would have been allowed under your previous comprehensive plan. It wouldn't have prohibited 4.5 to the acre under the previous comp plan. The current comp plan allows 3 to 8 units to the acre. So we're below the middle of that with what we're proposing for the development agreement. But I'm not sure what the previous one, probably 3 to 6. I'd have to ask your staff to say what the medium density allows.
2.5 to 8.
2.5 to 8. So that didn't change what we did here. What we did here was change based on the study being, or excuse me, the traffic transportation improvements being done in place, that we had a zone that supported the type of product that we thought was appropriate for this property. So I don't think our previous density was too high, and we don't think this density is too high, and it's not in accordance with your comp plan. If you were to give us a comp plan density, or just a plain RP zone, we could technically apply for up to 8 units to the acre, but we don't want to do that. We want to have a development agreement, and we want to apply for the plan we have, which we think is a reasonable density. And we think it's appropriate for the city to follow their comp plan and get the density that they ask for in the comp plan, or not way below it, with that as its plans for growth of the city, prevent sprawl. I mean, that's part of your project too, as well, to follow the comp plan as well. It's certainly not a rule, not anything you have to do, of course. But we certainly ask them to. The schools expect you to. The transportation people expect you to. And that's what we're expecting for density in this area, to serve all those services.
Understand. So the next question, last question, is the requirement of connectivity to north side. Does that work within your development agreement?
If the city wants to add that requirement into the development agreement, we'd look at it. I guess that's up to you. I don't think it's necessary. I think it's necessary to provide appropriate fire safety for the project. But if the city feels that necessary, then we would do that, yes.
Well, I've been there between 5 and 7 at night right now, and experienced the 1 mile backup, so I'm concerned, obviously the roundabout's going to ease that traffic backup when it comes into play. It'll be a big plus. I'm just concerned about all that traffic in one location close to an intersection, so.
Could I address that real briefly?
Yes, and then we're going to go to Councilman Haverfield.
The road that we're proposing out of here, as I said, would be about 1,500 trips per day. A typical collector street connecting to an arterial is allowed up to 2,000 and possibly to 4,000 trips per day. It's not unreasonable for that amount of traffic to go out one entrance for a long time. Great to have the connectivity, but it's not required by traffic design standards. Secondly, this development has been taken into account that the property along Ustick will develop at the densities you proposed in your comp plan. So all of the studies that are done assume some traffic from all of the properties that are adjacent to Ustick Road, as well as the developments that happen that feed into Ustick Road from the north and south along this area. So I don't think that we're providing any additional burden on the system with this development, whether it's 133 or 166 or 160 lots. It is not a significant factor in what you note actually as the actual traffic congestion out there is now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Haverfield.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Looking back at the 2023 annexation request, was the traffic impact study that was prepared for that is that what's in our packet tonight? Or was there a follow-up traffic impact study that was done primarily focusing on just the one entrance onto Ustick?
I'm not quite sure of the question. We did the original traffic study for the original application. We have not done an update to that sense.
Okay, so if you have not, in our packet, what we have is exhibits that were preferred design at the time this was presented to us, and there was an access over over Mason Creek to allow access on the north side boulevard. So there were two entry points proposed in the prior applications. Both exhibits have entry points onto Ustick and then one onto north side.
I don't recognize that we've had an actual.
Okay, so if you want to pull up slide or page 319, 320 in our packet, you'd be able to see what I'm looking at. Anyway, what I'm asking is, if the traffic impact study was done for a prior design that had two entry points, not just the one, then the traffic impact study is not adequate for our review tonight, or just the primary entry point only on Ustick.
So I don't recall that being the access there in the drawings that we provided in the previous application.
Can you pull that
Mayor,
up?
What was the page number again?
319 and 320.
those are the layouts proposed by Mr. Chapman. Those are not the they were not proposed by the developer.
Okay, so the traffic impact study would not have been based upon these concepts. What would it have been based on? Just the one entry point onto Ustick then?
I'm looking at right now. Yes, it has the same general roadway layout that is proposed currently.
Okay, thank you. That's where I was getting some conflict as far as on what I was reviewing.
Yes. For Purdom Gulch, am I saying that correctly? Purdom? Purdom Gulch, is that covered or uncovered in this development?
It is uncovered.
Is there going to be a fence or a barrier between the gulch and the residential area?
Yes, so we provide a 20-foot area for a pathway that's outside of the easement for the Purdom Gulch, and there'll be a fence between that pathway and the Purdom Gulch.
Okay. On your application or the proposed layout here, for your green space, are you including how much green space do you have is my first question.
So the required open space per your code would be 15% or 5.66 acres, and we have usable open space provided of 6.65 acres or 18.7%.
And with that factor, that's counting that northwest portion that does not have direct access?
It is. It has pedestrian access from both ends, though, from the subdivision. And it'll be greened, and it meets your city's requirements for usable open space within your code.
Where is that connection, that direct access? Would they have to come out to the north side or up to U-Stick and then walk the sidewalk to access that?
Correct.
Okay.
And that sidewalk would be constructed with the development. We do build those sidewalks.
And there will be a barrier on that other side as well?
Correct.
Those are my questions for right now.
Thank you. So is there any other question? I have a quick question. So if the area on the northwest corner that Mr. Griffin was talking about were not considered allowable green space, how much green space would you have? I don't know what percentage of green space that piece is taking in.
It is about 1.2 acres.
So it would take
So
you
we'd
down
be
to
still
about
close to the 15%, yeah.
5? Okay. Thank you. The question I was going to have for you was why you did not choose to create an access point off of north side, so that there was an access point off of U-Stick and an access point off of north side. And then as I see the Mr. Chapman's, I think, preferred design in our packet that he had submitted to you, I see that he did have a design idea. Is there a reason why you didn't consider trying to create an access point onto north side at the northern edge of that tip?
The Purdom and the other drain that comes up there cross at that point and go underneath Madison Road. So we can't put the access on top of that whole thing. And we'd have to move north of there, which would mean a second bridge over the Purdom in order to access that area and put an access. And then we get too close to the zone of influence for the intersection with the roundabout. And so we can't do a street north of there very well. And I don't know exactly what that distance is, but it's too close to have another street out of that next to. And in fact, if we could do it that close, we would have a second driveway in from U-Stick as well, as opposed to the single.
Well, actually, you probably could. It would be doable. It would just take some work to be just south of that convergence of Mason Creek and Purdom Drain. But you probably don't own that, right? You don't own that property, but getting an access point or purchasing the edge of that corner to allow an access onto U-Stick, to me, is a much wiser.
Mr. Chapman owns that ground as well. So certainly if he wants to provide us an access down there to come out onto U-Stick, and we'd certainly build that there instead of that connection in the middle of the property. I'd have no problem with that, because we're going to cross that drain anyways. But he has come forth with some ideas, but not any offer to provide that. We'll provide that access as close as we want so that we can get the access out there as soon as possible. We'd like to do that. I think it makes sense. We've got to get out to Madison at some point out there, north side, at some point there.
So I have a question about the setback off of U-Stick for the widening of U-Stick. I would assume, and maybe this is a question for Daniel, but while you're still standing here, that the setback for the widening of U-Stick that will be coming is actually designed into this as far as the setback goes. Is that correct?
That's correct. As far as the right-of-way that is going to be provided on U-Stick, including the extra for the roundabout, and then the buffer starts behind that future right-of-way. So the right-of-way that we're going to dedicate is already matched that layout design.
Into this, because it will be more like 5-lane with the turn lane, at least 5.
Correct. A total of 100 feet of right-of-way there.
Okay, so it's already dedicated. Thank you.
So it will be with this application.
Okay. Okay. I will have more question and discussion. Yes, Councilman Haverfield?
I just have a question for staff.
Okay. Would you like to make any more comments just as you sit down?
Just briefly, we really feel that this application is very consistent with your new comprehensive plan. It meets the pace of development that's going in the area. It's a very it's a zone that's allowed by your comprehensive plan, and we think it's a great project. And we hope that you find that we can get this annexed and we get through making sure all the details work in the preliminary plat and the development agreement and move forward with this over the next 6 or 7 years.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Councilman Haverfield, do you have a question for Daniel?
Yes, Daniel, what is the distance required from the roundabout to an access point to the property?
So generally speaking, we try to push those as far as possible away from the actual roundabout. It's approximately from the center of the intersection there to their southern property line. It's approximately 500 feet.
And that was my question. The roundabout's not an offset. It's right on the intersection, is it not?
Correct. This one, the design is on the intersection. I don't believe we've moved directions. It's currently under design. We're working with the highway district there, Canyon and Nampa Highway District in the city. It's a cooperative agreement for the design that's being completed there.
So the distance from the going south down north side is actually further away than or at least it's similar in distance to the emergency access only being proposed.
Similar in distance, yes. However, we do look at emergency accesses and full accesses, continual accesses, I guess, differently. Emergency accesses do not have to meet the access spacing guidelines because they are strictly for emergency purposes. They're not general use.
So 500 feet away, is that adequate?
It is likely near where we would rather. It wouldn't be, we would likely have to bring it farther north. As he said, the Purdom Drain and the Mason Creek converge right there at the intersection and combine underneath the roadway there. And so likely if they were to do that, they would likely have to come farther north outside of the right-of-way for the Purdom, so that would probably push them up into the 425 to 400 feet distance.
Why couldn't they go further south?
If they were able to acquire property further south, they certainly could. At that point, we would likely be looking at wanting to have that align with the intersection with Polera. And so that would likely it wouldn't be directly south of that convergence. It would need to go another probably 150 to 200 feet. I'm not sure the exact distance there, so that it could line up with the Polera Drive there.
Is that the preferred design that Mr. Chapman supplied? Is that Polera? Page 319 that Councilman
Let me go
Haverfield
back to that
referenced?
one. And
Is that it? Okay.
My follow-up question would have been, if they were to be able to place an access on the north side off of the property that they have, 500 feet off of the intersection, that could be a restricted access, could it not? Be a right-in, right-out, but have access on the north side?
it could be. That could be one alternative to help mitigate the proximity to the intersection by having it be a right-in, right-out. With the implementation of a roundabout there, obviously a right-in, right-out, if you're heading north, you come out heading north, you can turn around in the roundabout and head south.
Right.
Heading south and getting to that access is obviously more problematic. At that point, you would likely come through the roundabout, head east on Ustick and get to the development that direction.
All right, thank you.
Are there any other questions for Daniel? Okay, seeing none, if there are no questions or any discussion points that would involve discussion with our applicant, I would stand for a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so this is the next opportunity, this is the next piece on our agenda is the opportunity for council to have a discussion and then a motion. Councilman Jangula.
Thank you.
Councilwoman, I should say. I'm sorry, I always say it wrong.
You're fine. In the spirit of Valley View School District just being here with us at our last council meeting, they talked about approvals that we have done within a 1.5 radius of their new school that they're putting in, which is Ridgeview or Warhawk Elementary by Ridgeview High. And so I took some data and looked at all of the approved homes that we have within that 1.5 radius. And this would fall in that category. As of now, these are not homes that have been developed or started being built yet. These are approved 3,149 in a 1.5 mile radius. This developer in specifically has 1,724 approved homes. That's 54% in a 1.5 mile radius. The problem that I have with that is, and if we were to approve this tonight, it would be 59% of those approved homes within that 1.5 mile radius of that. My issue with that is that we are forcing people out of our community. When we don't have diversity within that amount of space, people want to live by schools because their kids can ride their bikes, or their teenagers aren't driving very far, or just the commute itself is good. People want to live by schools. But what ends up happening is that we are not allowing people to grow and build something or to have another opportunity there when their homes get too small and their families are too big, or they want a bigger yard, or they want something else. We are not creating an environment for them to stay here. They can't stay in their school districts. They can't stay in their church communities. We're forcing them out. So I think that we need to look at that and say, what kind of a community are we developing? Are we a bedroom community, or are we really sticking by our mission statement that says that we are a community where people can live, work, play, grow here, right? That's who we are. And if we continue down this path, we're just going to continue to be a bedroom community where people come and sleep here, but then they go and do everything everywhere else. And that's not really who we are. And I just think that we need to start looking at that. So 54% of those are already approved by one developer. I strongly urge council to think about that.
So I have a question for you, because I want to better understand what you're saying. When you say think about that, think about what is it, the density that you're talking about?
And just the type of home. There's not enough diversity, right? I mean, if somebody doesn't want a particular type of a home or to live in such a high density neighborhood, and they want to live in something like what's across the street, and they have a little bit more acreage. I mean, I know that's county, right? I'm assuming it's county. That's what we threw around. I think it's county. But if we had more diversity in our housing opportunities, we're allowing families to grow and stay where they want to be. And I think that we need that, some bigger lots, some different types of developments.
Mayor?
Thank you. Yes, Councilman Griffin.
To Councilwoman Jangula, do you by chance have the number of the average lot size of those, whether it's 3,100 or the 1,724, just to get an idea of the diversity aspect of what we would like to see, or just to put the numbers all together? Do you have that?
I don't have that. I think Rodney would probably have that, not on the fly, but he could get it to us. I don't have that, but I mean, traditionally, I mean, these homes are like RS6, RS4, or what these have been since we've been on council approving. So I would assume the majority of them would be that. That's an assumption.
So majority of the current projects that are approved, the 1,100 or the 1,700 and the 3,100, are similar designs to what's proposed tonight?
Correct.
Okay.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
So when I evaluated what Mr. Pearson said about the density, the designated that ITD does of 1,455 trips per day, it didn't really come to me until staff started talking, and so did some of the other people here that testified. So here's what I have an issue with this proposal. The fire safety is, I have to think about the fire safety of the community, then I really wonder if I doubt that I will not approve. I'm not sure whether this would fit into that, because it appears to be an issue that's not an issue, I guess, according to Ron Johnson. But based on compatibility and the timing, the traffic, the access point, It's only, I think you said 500 feet from the intersection or from the roundabout. That doesn't seem to be enough distance. I worry about that. And we didn't even talk about the pedestrians in this area as well. So, and then based on the information that I just heard from Councilman Jangula, I'm really concerned about this, and in fact, I'm not going to approve it.
Mayor?
Thank you, yes.
I apologize, jumping in again. One of the issues that I keep pondering that I would like to see for whoever the motion maker ends up being is added to the development agreement. Just looking at the open space aspect and the green space, I know they hit that threshold, and we have the ability to ask for more. I would either like to see a direct access where kids aren't having to go onto those busy streets, either to that northwest portion or that 15% met southeast of that gulch. So that's one of the, and definitely I know it's a given, but I would like to cover our side and say that both sides are fenced off and there is no access unless given a direct bridge access to that northwest space it's placed.
Thank you. Any other discussion points?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes.
So my recommendation is 135 unit on the residential. I would encourage that at least 5 acres is truly RP, either office, church, professional, however the developer chooses to go with that property. I think a different layout, allowing that RP to take the entire frontage on Ustick, I think is in order. I think we're missing the boat to continue to put too much residential and not enough for future commercial, office, other type uses. And the high density, I understand it, but I don't agree with it in the RP. So I think the green space northwest of the Purdon, it's a leftover piece of ground. It's nice to get counted in as green space, but it's unusable green space. To send people out of the subdivision out onto a busy road, walk down the sidewalks to maybe use that against a roundabout, I don't think that's appropriate. I don't think that's good planning. So I would just encourage the applicant to consider some other options, and/or staff, we can get very specific on what goes into the approval and the development agreement and specify these things in the development agreement. I'm thinking the applicant probably would want to come back with an optional change versus getting tied in, us getting further in the details of a development agreement. Thank you, Mayor, for the comments.
Thank you. I'd like to ask legal, we've had a couple different comments at times as to whether or not the applicant can come. If he reduces the density, we could continue and have them reduce density and come back. Is that correct? I just want to make sure if we were to continue this hearing.
Mayor, you can have them, I guess, reduce that density, but it might be worthwhile to reopen the hearing and ask them those questions rather than continuing it and see if that's viable from their perspective or not, whether it's appropriate to try to pursue that or make a decision of denial with some direction. So, but if you continued it and asked for a revised plan with a reduction, if that's significant, it probably makes sense to reopen the hearing and let folks comment on it as well.
Mayor.
So with that,
Mayor, my concern about continuing the hearing is those who aren't here tonight don't get re-noticed. And if there's a substantial change, as may be based on comments, it seems like it should almost get reworked and come back. It's simpler to just postpone if we think we're going to get there. So I'm flexible either way. I'm just making the comment as far as observation.
Okay, and I guess I would ask a question. So I've written a couple notes, and I appreciate your comment on the 15%, and Councilman Griffin making the same comment, that the 15% needs to be met on the east, not have that little corner be considered, where you have to go out of a subdivision, walk along a busy street to a busy roundabout and consider that open space. I don't think it qualifies. It's not necessarily safe. Personally, I think we should require access to north side. Because you know what, in an annexation and zoning, part of the approval process has to do with timely and orderly development. And in this case, I don't think the access points are necessarily in keeping with timely and orderly development, because it could be quite some time before those access points actually hit onto north side. To put everything onto U-stick is very concerning. If we were to move forward, I would say on the RP zone, looking at the RP zone, there was an allowance for housing a dwelling with no more than 2 registered sex offenders in the RP zone. And I think we should absolutely put that in a development agreement. That's not what you want next to your subdivision, where there's an allowed use of group housing with sex offenders. Even if it's in the commercial area, I wouldn't recommend that. Let's see. Anyway, there's probably more, but I guess the question is, what is the will of the council? We can certainly reopen the public hearing and visit with the applicant to see if they're interested in this.
Mayor, have the motion.
Go ahead.
I can scroll back and find it unless you pull it up on the screen before I get it. I've got it. I move to deny the annexation and zoning and potential development agreement for 37.74 acres to RP zoning district for Valente subdivision at 0 U-Stick Road for Kelly Black Bailey Engineering representing Endurance Holdings LLC, ANN-00298-2023, because it does not meet Goal E of the development agreement in smart growth aspects, as well as open its 5.6.1 goals for mixed use. I feel that it does not meet the open space necessity. It does not give reasonable access to service. I don't think it's creative placement. Is that enough legal? I don't know. And for all the other comments that have been given today.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Have we provided the findings as needed?
So, Mayor and council members, the thing to keep in mind here as well, that this is an annexation. So you have a lot of discretion about whether it's an appropriate project to annex at this time and the reasons why it may not be appropriate to annex. And that's kind of the first thing you get to before you look at the zoning decision itself.
So is your motion, real quickly, was it exactly what was written here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilman Haverfield?
I was just going to say, I'm going to support the motion because not having access on the north side was kind of a non-starter to me. We can dicker on the number of dwelling units. I do like the idea of commercial frontage all along U-Stick. I think that's important. So I think a reworking of the concept would be pleasing to me.
Any other comments? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Hills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Angula.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on to 8.2 on the agenda. This is an action item. It's the vacation of an existing utility easement for a multifamily residential development in the community business zoning district with 3.19 acres. This is addressed as 203 and 211 East Florida Avenue, 11122 for South Nectarine Street, and 200 East Hawaii Avenue for Hutchinson Smith Architects. Keith Tasker representing the housing company. Is our applicant here this evening? Thank you.
Madam Mayor and Councilman, thank you for the opportunity to present to you tonight. So,
And your
This-
name and address.
Oh, sorry, Keith Tasker, and my address is 8333 South Snowbird Avenue, Boise, Idaho. Thank you. So the reason for the vacation of this easement is that it was initially an access easement that went through the site and this. We want to keep the sewer easement as it stands, but just reduce the PUE due to its width and its hardship on the site. Due to the current zoning requirements, there's a lot of issues in terms of providing the adequate parking for this development, as well as other things such as green open spaces and cross-access agreements. So we feel that it's the best idea to vacate this easement, but retain it for this existing sewer in that area. So that's all I have regarding this.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions? Thank you.
Thank
We'll
you.
have the staff report, and then we'll have you come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Christy Watkins, Principal Planner for the City of Nampa. The request, as he stated, is to vacate the existing utility easements for the property. In February and July of 1982, there were 2 ordinances recorded, and in July of 1997, there was 1. These removed only portions of some of the utility easements and public right-of-way that were encompassed in all of these lots. So the property is inside the city limits. It is zoned BC. To the north, it is BC and RML. There is an auto zone, a McDonald's, another multifamily development, and some single-family and mixed-use areas. To the south is BC. There's a car wash and a bank. To the east is RML, multifamily and single-family uses there. And to the west is a BC zone, which is Jack in the Box and a vacant lot. Their request is to remove all the blanket utility easements still existing on the property and maintaining just a small sewer easement through the property. Engineering agrees with this and has no issues as long as that sewer easement stays for the 8-inch main line. From our correspondence, the engineering department made those comments based on previous ordinances. The building department has their standard requirements. CenturyLink has no objection to this request as they have no facilities there currently, but if any are found, they will need to be protected. And Idaho Power also found no facilities located in the requested area. These are the conditions of approval as listed in your staff report. The proposed findings of fact, it does meet state code for a vacation. Vacating this easement is necessary to make the most efficient use of the property. And as long as the Nampa City engineering conditions are met, the staff feels it's appropriate to allow this to occur. And these are your motions. I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Krista? Christy? I'll get it right, Christy.
That's all right.
Sorry.
You can call me whatever you want.
I'm so sorry. Okay, seeing no questions, we'll move to public testimony.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Madam Mayor, we do not have anyone that did an advance sign up.
Is there anyone here that had intended to testify on this particular matter? Seeing no one, is our applicant here? Would you like to provide any closing comments, any additional information? Nope. Okay.
Mayor, I
Let's
make a
stand for-
motion to close the public hearing.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. What is the will of the council?
Mayor, I'd make a motion that we would approve the vacation of existing utility easements for a multifamily residential development in the BC zoning district addressed as 203 and 211 East Florida Avenue, 1224 South Nectarine, and 200 East Hawaii for Hutchison Smith Architects, Keith Tasker representing the housing company, VAC-00063-2023, with the proposed findings listed in the staff report.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Griffin. Haverfield.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Mills.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, we are ready to move on to our public hearing 8.3. It'll take just a moment for our clerk to get situated for this particular public hearing. But we are going to move right into it without taking a break, just so that we don't keep everyone waiting long. So this public hearing is just a little bit different in that staff is the applicant that will be bringing forth the report this evening. Then we will have an opportunity for public testimony.
Mayor Kling, before we start, I need to disclose some information, if you don't mind. Over the last 2 weeks, I've received many emails regarding concern over the new ordinance. I'd like for you all to know, and the council to know, that I did not have any contact with anybody regarding these emails. I answered the emails saying thank you, and I will forward each and every email to our city clerk. I did appraise Mayor Kling that I have received many, and all those that you have sent have been sent to Shar, who then sent them to the council. But I've had no contact with anyone, Mayor or council.
Okay. Thank you. I would like to say that as Shar gets ready to present, and we'll have to change the screen share from the last public hearing. But as we get ready to go, I'm going to ask council to hold your questions. If you need something to write on, I believe there's something in your drawer. Please hold your questions until she's done. Let her complete, and then we'll ask questions of her. And then I just have a question regarding the notification if we've had any discussions. Do we need to disclose if we've had any discussions with food truck owners on this topic, even if it was months ago? Or is it okay if it's just recent?
Madam Mayor, so just, I guess, one comment first. This isn't an amendment to your zoning ordinance. Therefore, it's an amendment to Title V. So you're not required to have a public hearing. It's not a quasi-judicial proceeding. Okay. As the last couple hearings that we had on planning and zoning cases are quasi-judicial. This is really you just taking comment, even though you're not required to. You're doing that. So if you would like to disclose, any information, you could. Again, this is a legislative process that's not a quasi-judicial proceeding. So I think it would be appropriate but not required.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay.
I'm just being safe.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, Shar.
Okay. So, Madam Mayor, Council, I'm Shar Tim, the City Clerk, and we are here regarding the mobile food vendor license public hearing. So the reasons for the recommended new license is the mobile food vending is currently in the Peddlers and Solicitors Code. This really is not a good fit for it. It's very hard to find it and to understand.
Could you move the microphone directly in front of your mouth? Because
sorry.
it's a little bit hard to hear you, Shar, so just make sure it's right straight on, and then we might want to check the volume. Thank you. You have a soft voice.
I thought there was someone behind me.
No, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
She puts her nose right on it.
Yeah.
Sorry. Is that better? Can everyone hear me? Okay, perfect. So again, the reasons for the recommended new license is that the mobile food vending is currently in the Peddlers and Solicitors Code. It's not a good fit. It's very hard for people to understand all of the regulations when they're wanting to go into the food truck business, as there are some regulations that are in Title X, which is the Planning and Zoning Code. We want to provide a better transparency of the city license requirements. We also want to confirm the council's direction on regulations for food trucks by ensuring the health, welfare, and safety of the community and providing fair business practices. Here's a timeline of what we've been working on for this particular license. We started on November 17, 2022. We have had multiple council workshops as well as internal meetings. Our last meeting was April 20th, 2023 with council and the Planning and Zoning Commission. On May 30th, we sent the proposed code to the FBI because there is a fingerprinting requirement currently in with the mobile food vending, and we were at the time going to keep it in there. On June 7th, the first letter to licensees was sent out. It included the current and proposed code. On August 7th, Planning and Zoning submitted recommended code changes as they related to the food truck courts, which is what was directed by council. On October 10th, a second letter was sent out to licensees. This time we included the property owners, and again we included the current and proposed code. On January 16th, about 8 months later, we finally received comment from FBI. They did have some edits. We came to council on March 4th for a status update and council direction. At that time, council decided that it would be their direction to remove the fingerprinting requirement and that compliance of the current city code, but with a pause on enforcing the no overnight parking regulation. On March 29th, we did a third letter to the licensees and again included the property owners. This was a public hearing notice and also council direction. We again included the current and proposed code. On that same day, we published the public hearing notice for the city council's public hearing, which is tonight. So this is, I stole Rodney's regulation cycle. This is something that you have seen multiple times. This is the mobile food vendors regulation cycle. And our primary focus when you're looking at this cycle is the health, safety, and welfare of the community. And our goal is to be fair to everyone while still providing a safe and healthy community. But it appears that there are some unfair business advantages. And I'd first like to explain that if a food and beverage business would like to operate within the city limits, they basically right now have two options. They can do option one, which is a brick and mortar. This is expensive and can be a lengthy process. It involves various permits, studies, regulations, such as ADA compliance, just to name a few. The other option is the mobile food license. This is less costly and a short process. Right now, it costs $142 for an entire year and takes approximately 1 to 2 weeks, and that's due to the fingerprinting. As I stated earlier, council has recommended that we take the fingerprinting out, which means that the license would be $42 for the fingerprinting, so it would be $100 for an annual license, and the processing of that license would probably be less. They also are required to provide a health certificate and a fire department inspection. However, what we're dealing with right now are semi-permanent structures that are operating under a mobile food license. They're not a permanent structure, so therefore they are not required to follow the same regulations as those that are brick and mortar. But they also are not mobile, as they are not moving, and therefore they are not in compliance with the mobile food regulations. We are also unclear where they are dumping their grease and gray water. So those are some of the concerns that we are trying to address with this new license. When we started doing the public outreach, we did get some responses from the second letter. And as you can see, most of that has to do with the overnight parking and the private property. I received approximately 13 phone calls with 3 emails. They were all in your packet, and that was from October to December of last year. I think it's really important, and we're going to go into that in the next slide, but it's important to understand that the license that's being proposed is almost identical to what is in city code right now. And in fact, what we are proposing is actually reducing some of the regulations that are in the current code. So just a quick summary of what those current regulations are that I was referring to. Many of these are in the Planning and Zoning Code, which is Title 10. So right now, as it stands today, they are only permitted on properties commercially zoned or zoned DB, DV, DH, or industrial. And I apologize, I don't know what those mean. Rodney, could you quickly state?
You bet. All of the D first zones are downtown zones, so downtown business, downtown village, downtown historic.
Okay.
And I think that was it, right? Or industrial. Industrial is IP, industrial park, light industrial, or heavy industrial.
Great, Thank you, Rodney. They also shall not be used and set up as a permanent diner, eatery, restaurant, nor feature outdoor facilities for dining purposes. Those outdoor facilities is defined as seating, tables, umbrellas, tents, and canopies. Also in our current code, they shall not be or stay parked overnight in any of those locations where they may legally sell food products. They shall obtain a temporary use permit every 180 days to lawfully sell food or other consumable commodities. In regards to signs and advertising for temporary uses, there is no freestanding, portable, or temporary signs shall be used except for merchants not using a vehicle or a structure. Banners, streamers, flags, and pennants shall not be allowed. So the proposed new license, it will provide mobile food vendors their own license that will be displayed in the food truck. It will provide transparency by locating the regulations and restrictions with the license requirements, so basically a one-stop shop. It contains similar regulations that are currently in City Code, like I just explained. We'll be removing the current fingerprinting requirement. We're also recommending providing some new allowances, which would be allowing them in residential areas as long as they have a written HOA approval and are in a common area. We also are suggesting allowing overnight parking on commercial lots if certain criteria is met. Here's a comparative table that I used. I contacted the city clerks in Boise, Idaho Falls, Meridian, and Twin Falls. I also included our current code as well as our proposed code. I do want to make some clarification on that second column on the overnight parking not in operation. That is in regards to commercial property. And Boise and Idaho Falls do not regulate anything on commercial property, so we went ahead and just put no on that. As you can see, Boise, they do have operating hour restrictions for commercial zone versus residential. Idaho Falls state that they must move every 2 hours. Meridian also states that they must move every 2 hours over 300 feet of the previous location, and they cannot be located on a lot with permanent proprietor except when parking or stopping temporarily. They do provide 2 permit options so they can park longer. One is a temporary sales unit permit, which is a lot without a permanent proprietor. They're allowed to park in one location for 120 calendar days per calendar year. They cannot renew after that 120 days until that calendar year has passed. The second one is a promotional sales unit permit. It is a lot with a permanent proprietor. It is obtained by the property owner, and they have to list the specific food truck. They are allowed to park in one location for 160 calendar days per calendar year. Again, they cannot renew after that 160 days until that calendar year is done, and is operationally related or identical to permanent proprietor. They also have a noise ordinance that applies, no noise between 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. My understanding is that is basically their hours of operation then. For our current code, we do not allow overnight parking in commercial property, and we do have hours of operation restriction for commercial zone only, as it is not allowed in residential zone. What we are proposing is to allow overnight parking as long as if they allow to remain on a lot approved for food vending operations for overnight parking if they are concealed from public view or enclosed behind a permitted site-obscuring fence built to maximum height. We are also suggesting that we allow food trucks in the residential zone from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. with a HOA written consent and located in a common area. And our last one is Twin Falls. They have an operating restriction of 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. No vending area shall be unattended for more than 15 consecutive minutes, and they may be open for the approved hours of the primary business. So our next steps is to receive public testimony on this proposed mobile food vendor license. We will finalize the proposed code based on the council's decision received today. If approved, we will agendize a future council meeting the following ordinances to amend Napa City Code as it relates to the mobile food vending. We will amend Title V by adding the new Chapter 8, mobile food vendors. We will amend Title V, Chapter 5, which is the peddlers and solicitors, to remove references of the mobile food vending. And we will also amend Title 10, Chapters 1, 3, and 22, which are related to the food truck courts and the mobile food vendors that are not in accord. Pursuant to council direction that was received on March 4th, staff will coordinate with the licensees to be in compliance with city code in its entirety starting on November 1st. What I'm also would be suggesting is if we do move forward that if a licensed food vendor will be expiring from now until November 1st, as they start renewing their licenses, we will start converting them to the new license. Right now, there is information that we currently do not ask for that will be asked of the new mobile food vending license, and that is written permission from the property owners, written permission regarding restroom facilities, and they also have to provide a location of where they will be dumping their grease and wastewater, which will then be reviewed by the city engineer. Those that their license expires next year or after November 1st, we will work with them to slowly start converting them over. So staff's recommendation is to approve amending Napa City Code Title V to remove the mobile food vending from Chapter 5, peddlers and solicitors, and to create a new licensed mobile food vendors. And so if anyone has any questions, I have my experts here. So is there anything that we can answer?
Council, do you have questions? Okay, so we are not seeing questions at this time. So this is a public hearing, and so Shar will go ahead and she'll direct us through it as she gets resettled over with a microphone. And I believe we have a few people signed up. Is there anyone here, I'm just curious, that wants to testify that did not sign up? Do you want to raise your hand? Okay, so we have several. Okay, thank you. So after we go through the list of those that did sign up, we will then turn to you, and so that you have an opportunity to testify. When you do come forward, just a quick reminder that you have 3 minutes. Please state your name and your address, and then we look forward to hearing your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So our first speaker is Rayanne Burney, and on deck is Sonia Chaplin and Jennifer Lindsay.
Sonia's going to go first. Sorry, I couldn't get on.
That's fine. Just when you come, just give us your name and address, and we'll get it all right.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Sonia Champlin, 733 West Sheridan Avenue. Sorry, I don't public speaking.
It makes you nervous when you stand up there. I know. Yep.
Okay. I guess I just want to set up exactly how a mobile food truck is for us. We're the parking spot. So we do the majority of schools, which we charge no minimum, and we don't make a ton, and we often kick back to the community. And we do a ton of charity events. And these are all off-season things to keep us going. When we're on season, and it's all of the fairs and the flower farms and stuff, we pay an insane amount of money to be at each of those events because of what they charge us. And pre-COVID, it was manageable because things were not as expensive, but the prices of everything has quadrupled for us. And the way that we're making ends meet is to have somewhere to call a home while we're not doing all of these other things outside of sitting in our spot. And then sitting in our spot, like we have tried to be in compliance. Sorry. Oh, very nervous. But we have but sitting in our spot, we've spent 4 years getting a community of people and a following of people that, I mean, we do so many events that are just for the community, and we are in compliant with everything. If there was a way to make an amendment to where we could find a way to be able to just stay overnight, because the time that it takes to come in and out every single day, that part of it is what's, and I mean, maybe even charge us more. Like if you're saying that we're not paying as much as a brick and mortar, we don't pay as much as a brick and mortar, but we also use 5 brick and mortars to stay in business. All of our food is provided by a brick and mortar. Our coffee is a brick and mortar. Like everything that sustains us, brick and mortars provide to us. So we do use brick and mortars to stay in business. And if there was a way for us to make an amendment to where we could stay, because it would take us 2 hours to set up every single morning and to break down and go park somewhere. And then we're also paying to park where we are now, and now we have to pay to store the trailer every single day. Like, it just adds so much cost to everything to where it's going to run everybody out of business, and not letting us use a power pole. When we didn't have a power pole, we were spending $1,500 a month in gas just to stay on the property. And then using the power pole, it put us down to around $400 a month. That actually goes to the state of Idaho instead of a gas station, so like more and cleaner. And so we went to the power pole, and we did those things because it's the only way that we can stay afloat as a business. So yes, if we could find a way to do something.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Well, go ahead.
Can't ask her a question?
Yes, you can. Go ahead. I think we do have a question. We'll allow it. We typically try not to, but go ahead.
I was just going to ask, what type of food you serve?
We're coffee.
Just coffee only?
We do coffee, and we do pastries, and we have sandwiches, but we don't make anything. We don't make any of the food that we sell. We use brick and mortars, and they deliver them to us weekly, and then we sell them.
Okay, so you don't have any grease-laden?
No.
Okay, so
No,
that's
we
not a
are
concern.
98% water and milk, and we have a bladder that we get fill, and then we dump.
Okay, so pretreatment for you is you contain it in your truck?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a gray tank underneath our truck that holds 75 gallons.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, sorry, I have a question for her too really fast. Sorry, and it's just because I want to understand your statement. When you say your spot, what does that mean?
So we're on Karcher and Caldwell. We've been parked there for 4 years now, and we started with our truck, and we kept our truck there, and then when we had events, we would leave with our truck and do events, but when we don't have events, we would sit in the spot on Karcher and Caldwell, and then we picked up enough clientele to where we were getting busy, but we weren't there consistently, so we were losing a lot of business. And being coffee to where our average sale is $5, like we need a lot of customers to make money. So that's when we went and bought a trailer. The trailer is a 27-foot long trailer. It's very big, and it sits there now, and it has not moved, and it sits in one spot. And then we're open from 6 to 1 every single day. But to bring the trailer in, like, we have to unhook it. We'd have to unhook it and actually physically push it into its spot every single day because of the spot that we have leased from the property owner. That's the only way we'd be able to get in there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So, Madam Mayor, so that was Sonia? Okay, all right, I want to make sure I got it. So next on deck is Rayanne Burney, and on deck is Jennifer Lindsay and Tim Cook.
Okay. Am I good to start?
Yes, go for it. Just share your name and address.
So my name's Rayanne Burney, and I'm at 15090 North Benelli in Nampa. Good evening. My name is Rayanne, and alongside my best friend and business partner, Sonia, we're the proud owners of the Perking Spot, a mobile coffee vendor in Nampa. We stand before you tonight to ask you not to drive us out of business with the new enforcement of existing codes and new regulations being proposed to the city about mobile food vendors. In 2019, we packed up our lives and relocated to Nampa to pursue really my dream of opening a coffee shop and providing a better life for our families, which includes my 3 kids, her 2 children. We got here and pandemic hit and we couldn't open, and we sat there and we brainstormed and we tried to find a way to make it work. We opened August 1st, 2020 in that parking lot, very empty. Things were still kind of weird with COVID restrictions, and the only thing allowed to open was semi-drive-through food trucks, anything where you weren't sitting down and eating. And we sat there. We sat there from 5 a.m. to 5 p.m., 12-hour days, pulling the truck in and out, running the diesel for 4 customers to stop in every day, the 2 of us. By 2020, we had, by 2022, we had built up enough of a kind of semi-regular clientele that it almost hurt us to take events. We wanted to be out in the community, but we also wanted to be there for the people who were there for us when nothing else was going on. You know, we moved here to bring our families into this life and knowing nobody. And we have so many people that are here, that are standing in support of us, that live here and want us here. I know that coffee is a little different. When you think about coffee, you think about consistency, and the people that are coming here are not grabbing a quick bite in the middle of their workday. They're like on the go. They're going to work, they're commuters, they're moms in their car hustling to school, and consistency is so important to that business model. Since we received our letter in October, I've tried to email all of you. I've definitely been emailing with the city clerk and planning and zoning and just trying to find a way to work together. Since then, I have been in contact with the Institute for Justice, and I have emailed you guys all of their literature, but they got in contact. They want to work, they want to help us, they want to help all the food trucks, and they want to help the city make sure that we can build better laws or take this opportunity to work together to meet everybody's needs. We're not trying to rally against brick and mortars. We're not trying to rally against the city. We want something that's going to be updated and help everybody. I think the biggest thing that we're here tonight for is to ask all of you to, I guess, reject the current amendments, pause the enforcement, and work together with the food trucks, work together with your people in your city, and find a way to help everybody. And with the nonprofit that wants to help us, they're here, they're a resource, let's use them. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, time.
Yes.
Just one quick question for you.
Yes, sir.
All right, so you're partners with?
Sonia. Yeah.
Okay. And so most of the questions I asked her, you've already answered.
Yeah.
She's answered. So the only question I would have is health department regulations. Do you post?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no, we moved up here from Clark County, which is one of the worst because of tourism. So we've always had health inspections done. We just had our annual surprise visit in April, but it's posted on the window. Always been compliant, both the truck and the trailer.
So how often do they come in and look at your vehicle?
So there's the initial before you build, there's after you build and open, there's a surprise one during the year, and I think they can do up to 2 surprise ones during the year, but I've never had a violation, never had a problem. You can see all those records.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Jennifer Lindsay, and on deck is Tim Cook.
I'm Jennifer Lindsay, 1108 Briarwood Drive, Nampa. Who wants a pug? A puppy? A pug. There's a sign down on Midland that has them for sale. It's an A-frame sign. It's on a private property, but they don't have a permit. I'll mow your lawn or blow out your sprinklers. I'll buy your house. I'll scoop your dog's poop. Vote for me. Signage is seen all over Nampa, from private sales, small businesses, real estate, even electoral candidates. Signs are on private property, light poles, lawn signs, fences, A-frame signs on the sidewalk, banner flags in the grass near the road. Everywhere, not limited to the windows, vehicles, or doors. And it's not just food trucks that have this signage. Signage is key in business visibility. My trailer may be attractive. I'm bright. My trailer may be attractive on its own, but the visibility increases when I have my bright banner flags safely positioned closer to the road than I am able to park my trailer. A food truck business is not always 100% stationary. We do not have a permanent sign, and thus having signage increases my visibility, my business's visibility. Think about going up north or south on Garrity. You're traveling 30. If you're breaking the speed limit, 40, sometimes 45. You're trying to pay attention to the guy in front of you, not necessarily what's 20 feet off from the road.
Could I have you pause for just a minute? If you could pause the time. We lost your microphone, I think. Yes, so we may need to change it out. I'm not sure. Okay, let me grab it real quick. Actually, there's not another one like that. It just
I'll just talk
connected?
real loud.
Okay, well, it reconnected.
Maybe we got it. Okay. One of the early meetings, it was April, I believe, of 2023, it had pointed, and somebody in the council I'd been watching had pointed out that a local food truck, the Kilted Cod, and I actually know him, he posts online where the truck will be and the customers line up. Well, this is true for this food truck in particular. It takes time to build that kind of a following and gain loyal customers who will follow you anywhere and show up for lunch. I believe they said they had 2 years of this before they really got a loyal, and 4 years in, they're doing way better. Signage is one important tool in building that kind of a following. You aren't allowed signage such as a brick and mortar where the signs can be 20 feet up in the air. Subdivision vending, we're going to move on to that really quick because I'm almost out of time. And overnight parking, my fuel costs are insane. I used 10.5% of my net sales in fuel last year hauling my trailer. And running my generator, and generators. And that's it.
Could I ask, what is the name of your?
Boxcar Bistro.
Boxcar Bistro, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Council. Do you have any questions? Yes, Councilman Haverfield.
So as a bistro, do you sell prepackaged
No,
products?
I
or do
make
you
everything from, I sell delicatessen style sandwiches.
Okay, so meats.
So I do have a health food, and I have fresh water, and I have gray water. And it is possible for me to go 1 or 2 days, or then I also have the ability to do an igloo for the water, fresh water. But ideally, I would like to remain parked for a couple nights at one location where I'm able to plug in, reducing my my gasoline, and also on my generators and my truck, bringing that into one.
So gray water, grease-laden water.
I don't fry anything.
Okay.
I don't have grease-laden anything.
Okay, so gray water is just in a regular holding tank, and you take that to, where do you take
Maverick.
it? Pardon?
Got Maverick on North Side.
Do they have an RV dump?
Also, the RV park that I park in also has a gray water dump, RV dump.
Okay.
There are various places around the valley that offer gray water or RV dumping. I'm not aware of all of them, but you can actually find them.
Power, do you have a generator on site?
I have a generator on the front of my trailer that powers my trailer itself, and then I have a smaller generator in the bed of my truck that it only powers my grill.
Okay.
I have the option to plug into a 30 amp plug at the RV, Garrity RV.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Any other questions? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Tim Cook.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Tim Cook. I'm at 98 South Canyon Street in Nampa. I come here tonight as a business owner supporting are food trucks. I don't own a food truck. I've had multiple locations of businesses here in Nampa, each of which have had a food truck. I know I'm stuck on time here, so I'm just going to read. We bring business to these trucks, and they also bring business to us. I hope that you keep that in consideration. So as far as the proposed rules, what I haven't heard a lot of, it's please support us. But as far as the rules that are changing themselves, you're allowed to have a food truck, but it has to be out of sight. Really? Does that make much sense? Or behind a fence. These guys barely make as it is, right? I mean, they're out there, some of them till midnight, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, because there's businesses, there's second shifters, if you will, that don't even get off work until 11. Instead of going home and making dinner and stuff like that at their home, waking up their spouses, that kind of stuff, they stop and get something on their way home from one of these food trucks. There's also a lot of people that go to the bars that want to get something on their way home. I mean, let's just be honest, right? There's a lot of restaurants, most of the restaurants by 10 o'clock are closed. So anybody that goes out, even if you go bowling or to the movies or whatever, there's a lot of places that you can't stop on your way home. These food trucks provide that. Many of them do. Staying in one place allows them to build relationships not only with their customers, but with the business owners. If I have to have a different food truck, I rely on that revenue as a business owner. They pay me rent. If I have to find a different food truck to come to my business every 120 days or 180 days or whatever it is, it's hard for me to continue to build that relationship because all of a sudden they're here and then they're gone. And maybe the next one that comes in isn't as obedient or, doesn't offer, what's the right word? I think you understand what I'm saying, Mr. Rodriguez, that we won't get along, right? I mean, the relationship that I build with our food trucks is really important, and that is time-tested. I had one of them that may speak later. When my business grew and I had to move to a newer location, most of our customers, many, many, many of them said, "Are you bringing the taco truck with you?" And there's a reason for that.
Mary Clayton.
Thank you.
Thank
We do
you.
have a question for you.
Yes.
Yes.
So do you own a restaurant?
No.
What do you own?
Big box outlet.
Big box outlet. So you say that you provide product to them. Is it for them to be able to make?
I don't provide any product to them for them to sell.
Okay.
I provide customers for them
Okay.
as they provide customers for me.
Thank you.
Mary Clayton,
Yes.
did you just open the Kmart store?
I did.
That's you.
Yes.
Well, thank you. That's great.
They actually turned down many businesses before they chose us.
Right on. That's very good. Thank you for that.
The parking spot, the 3 people that have spoken before me, they're in that same parking lot.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Madam Mayor, we do not have any more advanced signups.
Okay, so now's, I'll go ahead and, for those that want to speak, you're welcome to just line up and come one right after another, in whatever order you want to be. And as you come forward, please just state your name and address, and you'll have the same 3 minutes.
Hello, Madam Mayor, members of our City Council. My name is Isaias Estrada. I am a food truck owner, and I have a truck, not a trailer. I have concerns just such as all the licensing. We already paid for our yearly Southwest District, Idaho. We pay for that. We pay any other city fees that we might have to, like in Caldwell, they have their own, have to pay $100 there. We pay for our licensing here in Nampa. how many other, my questions and also just concerns, how many other of these hoops or payments or any other type of fees are you gonna have us pay on top of what we're already paying? You know, I've myself have had, this is my first year now in business, and I have had just a small struggle of finding locations here in Nampa that, one, allow us. Two, the city code doesn't let us, as you guys know, park overnight, and the state codes actually don't allow us to pull up to sidewalks either. That's always been a big concern around here. So for me, my concerns are, what are all these extra fees that might be added? And then all the other little things such as the signage, such as how am I going to get people to me? Am I going to have to pay a new rent fee? Am I going to have to pay a new space fee just for going here or there? I mean, we're struggling enough already just to get to these locations and get to a feasible place for our customers to show up to us. And that for me is where I feel changing it, I understand, but the parameters that are set forth right now are kind of weighing against us as food truck owners and as mobile business vendors. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate that. And if you have any questions real quick, I can answer one. No, right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is, sorry, my English is not that perfect. My name is Fanny Talia Ledesma Contreras, and I live in 1318 Oahe, Cuna, Idaho. I own a restaurant and I own a food truck. We opened like 6 months ago. Sorry, I can never. So I think it's difficult for them because they don't have. I own a restaurant. It's more easy for me. I have a space for dump the grease, and also my truck is like 16 feet. I need to buy a truck for they can move it. We move it like every Thursday. We close it for 2 hours. A lot of people is calling the restaurant because they close it to move it and dump the water and clean the fryer and dump it on the grease place we have in the restaurant. I do that because they like it's better for us to do that and clean. So for me, I think for a lot of people down here, it's like difficult to do that. Also because to get a diesel truck and pay all the diesel, I need to pay like, I do the amount the other day was like $3,000 with the payment and the diesels and all the things I need to buy for the diesel truck. So because I own the restaurant, it's like I can pay for that because right now we have 6 months. We don't make that money to survive, to pay the employers, to pay all the things they need to do it. Mostly for them, it's like hard to be in that space. When they move it and that day they take 2 hours to 3 hours to do all that. That's like say, if they open for lunch, they close at 2 and they go back at 5. But we have a happy hour in between those hours, and people are like, oh, we're missing the happy hour right now. We're like, oh, yeah, but we need to do this. If they stay over, we stay down there in a bar for overnight, that's easy for them because if we move it every night to go back to the restaurant and put it down there, would be like 3 hours every day from my employers to move everything. And sometimes when they move it, they say, oh, the grease fell inside of the truck, and we have a lot of accidents. So I don't know if some people they don't have the motors or the to move the truck. So that's I think that the biggest thing is to move it every night from the space, for my opinion, and I don't know for their opinion. But we move it to dump the water. We have where we put the grease and everything. But for another persons, I don't know if they have all that. We are like lucky to have that because we have the restaurant and we can be like, we cannot come down here, but I think everybody, they need that for also because when I am hearing everybody, they want a big, Nampa big, like more big, they need trucks and food to all the new people they can enjoy down here because they have a lot of amazing food truck down here around Nampa, sorry. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Council. Do you have any questions? No questions. Thank you.
Mayor, Council, hello. Ryan Chesler, 514 West Benton Avenue, Nampa.
I guess I want to begin by saying that as a business, we've applied and held permits in Boise, Garden City, Meridian, Cuna, and Eagle. And I personally, I talk for myself and my business, I have no issue with an actual license for mobile vendors. It's just the regulations that are involved in the license itself. I was actually surprised when, let's see, it's been 4 years that I've operated in Nampa, 4 years with the existing peddler's permit, solicitor's permit. And I was surprised the first time that I went into business that was all that was needed. However, in the code, there's still a bunch of stuff that regulates food trucks, even with the peddler's permit. I wanted to bring up just in the earlier review that the D zones for downtown, I can't remember which D zones there were, but that were allowed to park down there, but the caveat is that we also have to pay an additional $20 permit every day to park down there because we have to follow the rules of where we can park the truck. Obviously, these are big, so you can't park them in a parking spot. So we'd have to get special permits to use 3 or 4 spots in downtown. Obviously, there's Lloyd Square. Lloyd Square is also one of those that has some regulations that we cannot park there unless there's an event going on. So recently, my business actually did Rally for the Dogs, benefiting the dog parks, and we had to get a special permit specifically for that. Also donating back to that, and I want to reiterate what Sonia said earlier about how we donate a lot back to our community. We donate usually 10 to 15% back to schools if we do school events, mainly around here in Nampa. We donated back for Rally for the Dogs, for the dog parks. I don't want to call them out, but I don't know many restaurants that hold events that donate back to those things. I'm sure there are some out there, I'm not generalizing, but I don't see it very often. And then I wanted to point out the various regulations that were also gone over on nearby cities, even around the state, is that I don't feel like we have an unfair advantage because restaurants don't have regulation on when they can be open, but this new regulation, we can't park overnight. I don't have it in front of me, but the new code states, I think 10, 11 o'clock, if someone wants to help me with that. But I don't believe that, and correct me if I'm wrong, that brick and mortar restaurants have that regulation. But what I'd like to end with is that I feel that even though it may be cheaper to start a food truck, in contrast with brick and mortar, that we chose the path of more regulation because we still have to get health inspections, we still have to get fire inspections, we have to clean our hood vents twice a year. For me in particular, that's $400 twice a year, so $800 total. And I would like to close with saying that I'd love to be able to collaborate and figure out how the regulation can actually be agreed upon between everybody. So between the food trucks,
Madam
between
Mayor,
council and
time.
the city. So that's all I got. Perfect timing.
Yes, Councilman Haverfield.
Mr. Chesler, is that okay?
Yes.
Do you have more than one food truck?
I did. I recently sold my last one.
Okay, so you just have the one?
I just have one now.
Okay. And you talked about hood vents. That's why I was wondering, you have more than one hood vent on that?
I only have one. It's an 8-foot hood vent.
Okay.
Yep.
Is it a type 1? It's for
Yes.
grease, basically
Yes,
self-suppressing?
I have grease in my vehicle, yes. I have
Okay.
3 fryers.
So what do you do for pretreatment as far as to make sure that it doesn't get back into the sewer? Do you have a holding tank for that?
For the grease or
Yeah,
for?
for the grease.
Yes, I have the fryers and they're contained, and then I have buckets that, because when we move, obviously grease it's very full, so we have metal sealed food grade containers that lock, that keep that contained and strapped in while I drive to my next location, so.
So is there how often do you, I guess, get that into a holding tank someplace else? How often do you dispose of it?
I dispose my oil, change my oil every 40 hours. I have a larger tank. I have a commercial space that I lease over off of Karcher, and I have a bulk container that twice a year I have Eco Idaho. They come and pump that oil and recycle it.
Oh, okay. And is there a right to, do you have a set spot that you go to each day, or do you?
No, we're mainly event-based. To be honest, I would really love to be in one spot because I've seen the success that other trucks have, and in staying in a spot and building the community of customers that my previous colleagues have mentioned already. But with this new code, that kind of just went away anyway. So I'm almost relieved that I didn't do it that way, or else I would have to start my redo my business model and try to find a new way to continue on. So we do mainly big events this time.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hang on just one second. So Councilman Griffiths?
And one question, and it will apply to everybody. I don't have to stop it. You can just put in your presentation. Did you receive the correspondence from the city about this code change? I assume yes, because you're here. And when you received that, did you submit comment or opinion on how to make this code better?
We did me and my wife both contacted the city clerk, and we're trying to ask clarifying questions. I don't know if that's the official contact, but we did contact the city clerk and asking clarifying questions.
And I have a question for you, and that is, you mentioned that you worked in the various jurisdictions, but it appears that some of the requirements are actually more stringent than ours.
Indeed.
So it sounds like you're operating with more stringent requirements than NAMPA's even proposing. Is that correct?
Yes, that kind of goes into how we're event-based. NAMPA doesn't hold events such as the Spirit of Boise Balloon Festival or the Gowan Thunder Air Show. Of course, that's every 3 years. I can't think of other ones, but those are some examples. There's not the volume of people in NAMPA that have that. If I had a model such as parking spot where I had a permanent location and a mobile truck, which is kind of what I was hoping to do, I would have stayed in Nampa. I tried in Caldwell, but I live in Nampa. I love Nampa. Like, that's why we go to all of our schools and donate back and do events for them. But because these new things now, that's just out of the game now. So the first truck I sold was basically out of date. It wasn't that we were selling for any other reasons. It was old. It's a 50-year-old truck that we retrofitted, and it was ready to be retired. So yes, I guess in short, to answer your question, we go to those other areas because there's large events that will make us money. So we have to kind of go there to survive because Nampa doesn't have those events. We used to go to the Idaho Center, but unfortunately, it costs too much money. I forgot who had mentioned, I think it was Perking Spot as well, that mentioned they take 30% of our gross sales at the Idaho Center. And this was after, not Chartwell's, OVG, Oakview Group took over. They said, we need 30%, non-negotiable. And if any of you are business owners, 30% is everything. So there's just no way we could do it. So we didn't renew. And there's some other extenuating circumstances with that as well. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, it does. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. And I'll just let this group know, we don't typically allow any applause in a meeting, so I haven't said anything, but just so that I'm consistent to the next hearing, thank you for helping.
Hi, Mayor Clayton Council. I'm Jordan Chesler. I live at 514 West Benson Avenue. I am Ryan's wife, and we own Fly Food Truck. I also am the operations manager for the Southern Idaho Food Truck Association. That's a paid position. I've worked for them since 2019. The Southern Idaho Food Truck Association represents anywhere between 40 and 60 trucks annually within the valley. I acknowledge that there's been a significant increase of trucks in the past year. As a truck who started in 2019, to know what I used to compete against to what I compete against now, it's vast. I'm thankful that my concept is one that hasn't, knock on wood, been duplicated quite yet. And for me, it's great to learn that you guys didn't have to hold a hearing on this. What does feel frustrating is that it does very much appear that from point one of deciding to write the code, that food truck owners and businesses weren't consulted as the expert in this field. And you guys earlier said with V-Cut Lounge, it wasn't our intention, and I think that's spoke to me that I don't think we're ill-intentioned in writing this code. I fully acknowledge that a code did not exist for food trucks, and then they started being all over them, and we were trying to catch up. So for me, as Ryan said, we are not a stationary truck. We're considered an event-based truck. So what I am hoping, because I'm an educator at my true core, is that if anyone here is a food truck owner and or with their family, would you guys stand up, please, if you're willing? Yeah, you know, if you're here supporting, it's going to change your, okay. So with the current amendments that they are, if you believe that you would either be forced to shut down your business or no longer work in Nampa, would you remain standing? Thank you. I don't think it was the council's intention to potentially close all these businesses or force, as we said, we don't operate a lot in Nampa anymore. When we started in 2018, it was a primary focus. I live in Nampa. I hate when I have to drive to Boise or Meridian to go do something. I'm so thankful for the Nampa Downtown Association and the energy and effort that they are putting into events. But at the end of the day, for us, a stationary model did not work. But as someone who lives here, I appreciate when I can go hit some of my favorite food trucks. And it is my hope that tonight that you guys will reject the proposal as it stands and hit pause and work to consult with the experts in this field before you decide to make any changes. I would stand for questions.
Question, Mayor.
Yes.
When you received the correspondence, did you submit feedback, and what was the response to the feedback you submitted?
I did call. I did also email on behalf of Southern Idaho Food Truck Association. I kind of had to have two brains there. So I called as a business owner to ask some clarifying questions regarding the part where they have to not park overnight. I asked, when we first got started, we had to park our truck where we live at our house. And as the first version of this is you could not park within the city limits overnight. And so when we were parking at our house, I didn't understand how that would work. But I asked the why. Why is this? And the answer was because food trucks are supposed to move because they have wheels. That didn't feel valid to me. So in that space, I did ask some clarifying questions with the clerk. From the Southern Idaho Food Truck Association, we did ask for a copy of it, and then within the board and the members, they had asked a lot of questions in which we would then try to get responses from.
Follow-up, Mayor. And I do consider specifically, everyone who's in the industry is an expert because you work on it, but specifically you and your role with the Food Truck Association. In your mind, what would a perfect code look like?
Ooh. So I think there's a lot of places that we can get help. So I often reference I have it pulled up. It is the Department of Injustice for Mobile Food Vendors or something along those lines. Happy to share some documentation and research that they provide. One of their major ones they talk about is, food trucks being at more of advantage of it versus that. There's a myth versus fact kind of document. I think at the base of it, I appreciated the big box owner store going, you guys are asking us to hide our businesses. That feels very confusing to me in that space where I guess I don't feel like other people have to put wood up in front of their business at nighttime. I don't know why a food truck sitting parked in a lot feels different. That feels like I would love to continue that conversation for sure, but I don't know right on this moment if I can answer that.
That's helpful, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you so much. Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Chad Hartley. I own Stella's Ice Cream. Sorry. Yeah, thanks. I think I'm in my address is 1015 Highway 16 in Eagle. I did born and raised in Nampa my whole life, so I do have a close relationship with this. I think I come from a unique position in that I'm
Madam
both
Mayor, I'm sorry, I did not get your address.
1015 Highway 16 in Eagle, but born and raised here in Nampa. I just come from a unique position in that I have both a brick and mortar store, several around the state, as well as mobile food truck, which we operate. Not only that, I've operated mobile food trucks in other jurisdictions as well. I think a lot of this has to do with how Meridian is currently doing their system that we actually had to deal with Twin Falls as well too, operated there, that we've also had to deal with the same type of regulations that are trying to be imposed here. So coming from a unique perspective. Some of the questions, I don't honestly take a stance either way, what you guys decide to do, but I just wanted to bring up some things for consideration is, number one, what is your actual concern that you're looking to solve now? Is it, number one, I think, Mr. Howfield, you've brought up it several times, is the grease. So in response to Mr. Griffin, like, if there was a way that they could solve their grease issue, would that allow them to keep parked overnight? So I think that's one thing that we actually have not really addressed, the why of what this is actually addressing. And I think if that's the reason why, if there was a solution to their grease, would that be okay? But that also brings up another thing in my particular business, is that in the, from Southern, the health department, they actually classify into low-risk items and high-risk items. So if it's like a prepackaged or something that doesn't contain grease, they're in a completely different bracket than those high-risk items. So if there was also some way in the code that you could reference low-risk versus high-risk, grease versus non-grease, type 1 versus type 2 hoods, or whatever that is, I think that would also help in classifying who needs what permits and who's allowed to park and dumping of grease and that sort of thing. So that probably needs to be addressed as well. One of the things that was brought up in Meridian is the fact of, is it a mobile unit or is this a temporary building? So is this a building department or a planning and zoning discussion, or is this the fact that it's a mobile truck? In Meridian, the fact that, like, let's take, for instance, what if somebody brings up a shipping container? Me personally, I own a shipping container in Meridian. They didn't even know how to classify it. It didn't have wheels, but it wasn't a permanent building. So we had to get a temporary building permit for that period of time because it didn't move, but yet it was a building. So what do you do with all the snow cone shacks that are going to open up this summer? What rule do they apply? There's no snow cone shacks going to be allowed in the city? Like, that's ridiculous, isn't it? So, but if it's a wheeled snow cone shack, because there's going to be ones with trailers out there, now they're going to have to move. So that just doesn't make sense. You guys need some clarification on that. Signage requirements, I'm okay with the signage as long as it is applicable to the same business signage requirements as well. I don't feel like mobile should have anything different than them. I have to apply by both. We talked about low risk and high risk wastewater. I didn't receive a notice of this meeting. The only way that I found out about it was through SIFTA, which is the Food Truck Association. Maybe because I don't have a permit currently in Nampa, but I feel like a lot of these people also probably don't have the necessary permitting required. So if we can make it easier, that would be helpful. Anyway, my time's up. If you guys have any questions, happy to ask.
Are there any questions? None. Thank you.
Just the last comment. The hiding behind the fence thing, that seems pretty ridiculous, but just my opinion.
Could you repeat that? I didn't hear it.
The fence.
Just the fence thing. How would they park behind a fence and then have to move it out? I don't know. I don't know how they get seen if they're parked behind a fence. I don't know how that solves the issue of parking overnight. But again, I don't have a stance on this, so just things to think about.
Thank you for your
Thanks.
reference to the other communities also. Thank you. Hello.
Hello, I am Jasmine at 352 Caldwell Boulevard. So we've had a stationary truck for 17 years and we have ran it successfully. I'm here to advocate our cherished aspect of our city's culture and economy. It is crucial to consider the multi-phase benefits of extending the operating hours and the hazards of moving us. So first and foremost, let us consider the safety and regulations each mobile business must endure. Food trucks are set to the same standards as any food business, and we comply with all the regulations set by the city, but we are the only ones standing here today. So to my understanding, there are already a couple food trucks that are stationary that have permits to do so. I stand here before us to say that we all deserve that chance. Just like any other business, we pay the standardized fees to stay open and contribute to our city. As a stationary food truck, one of the most dangerous things to move around are propane tanks. We have a commercial grade propane tank that is 120 gallons that is dangerous to transport. We being that we have a bigger kitchen, it is difficult to accommodate as any regular mobile food vendor. As far as how difficult it is to move a whole kitchen with appliances, it is dangerous to drive a functioning kitchen every night as everything being used falls. It causes disruption to anyone driving it, especially during winter. It is dangerous for us to even maneuver back and forth under Idaho's most bipolar weather. So may I add that the disruption, not letting us stay stationary, may affect the city more than one would think. There are no HOA regulations that are going to allow anyone to store their business, so which will just add clutter to the city. As for the benefit to the city, you're taking away the only attraction we have. We provide food, like Tim said, because we're parked at his place. We provide food to people that come out late, nurses, the people that sweep the thing. We provide that for our community. And we're the only options available to them. We're one of the only taco trucks that close past midnight. And it affects us most than any other stationary. And I think that's it.
Can I ask you, so you said you've been here you've had a food truck for 17 years, or your family?
Yes.
What food truck, where are you located?
It's on 352 Caldwell Boulevard. It's called Mexico Chiquito.
Okay, and I'm not sure exactly where that address is.
It's, you just go straight down. We're a big old orange truck. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
great, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions? Okay.
Good evening.
Hi there. My name is Bart McKnight. I own Durabuilt at 215 First Avenue South. Madam Mayor and City Council members, I love food trucks. Every time I go to visit my son in New York City, I have to look up a food truck that sells delicious lobster rolls. And this truck sits on an awkward street corner where nothing else would fit. It produces an income and sells a commodity the community relishes. It has never moved in years, and everyone knows it's where it's at. I've eaten at other food trucks on street corners and alleyways in cities around the world. Falafel trucks in Tel Aviv, kebab trucks in Madrid, crepe trucks in Paris, Stoofvlees and Frieten in Brugge, Belgium. These trucks bring culture to the community. I like to eat out, mostly at nice restaurants, but sometimes a food truck fills a need. Having one that is a favorite is a welcome go-to. Some might argue that a food truck doesn't pay its fair share of dues and taxes. On the contrary, I have an awkward piece of property next to my business on a street corner where nothing else would fit. I pay property taxes, irrigation fees, and other dues on this chunk of dirt. A food truck is a perfect puzzle piece that fits the whole. It generates income to help pay the property tax and irrigation fees. Customers come from the whole valley. It helps me as a property owner, and customers have good food, and it supports families and generates incomes. Now, policy restrictions have been suggested. Making it mandatory that food trucks be mobile and set up and take down must be initiated daily. That does not accomplish anything. On the contrary, vendors coming and going will add more congestion and danger to an already overworked traffic situation. Vendors will lose time, safety with gas and electric hookups. Customers will be confused. The only viable option that should be considered is a seasonal or long-term permit, if that at all. Logic and common sense should allow business to thrive in a community. If other cities around the world have figured it out, Nampa, Idaho can figure it out as well. Maybe we need to look beyond Twin Falls and Boise and Idaho and see how the world does it. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Bart, thank you for being here tonight. Appreciate it. Do we have any questions?
One other thing, the food trucks that have been operated on my property, have contracted waste disposal pickup with an outside entity, and they come in and pick up that waste regularly. It's not been an issue. I want my property to be held pristine as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Hello, can you hear me? My name is Les Williams, 8748 Snake Lane, Caldwell, Idaho. I wasn't going to talk because I can't control myself most of the time with my passion, and I'm glad the last person said what he said, because I'm not a food truck owner. I'm not coming up here with a panic that I'm going to lose my business and livelihood. I'm a big picture thinker, and I want to ask the council to consider what it is that we're actually doing here in the first place, which is trying to bring a community together. And I saw that little diagram up there, and all I saw was brick and mortars complaining, and that feeds the loop of why we do what we do. But what we do is because we're all Americans. And I guess I just want to say it comes down to preference. It comes down to preference. If somebody wants to have a brick and mortar, I don't know what advantages that gives them over a food truck, but there's people that want to create food trucks because people want food trucks. And so I just think I understand, I'm a root cause analysis fool, but like Randy here has said twice, he's asking about the grease and the water. I would imagine that would be covered before you can even have a food truck. So it sounds like these are legitimate concerns, but that doesn't seem to be addressing anything about having to cover up a food truck at night or these things when it's obviously not in business. There's no window open, there's no signs. So anyway, I just wanted to, I guess, implore the council to consider what it is we're doing here as a big picture. We're here for people to have a livelihood. People shouldn't have restrictions to prevent other people to make choices of what they want. And now my choices are going to be limited if things go through, whatever they are. Anyway, that's good enough. I just want us to think about the big picture here. Thank you. Any questions?
No.
All right.
I do want to make a clarification because I've heard it a lot tonight. There's been a lot of reference to the brick and mortar. This is not about brick and mortar, and it isn't because we have brick and mortar restaurants that have complained. That is not the why. So I just want to make sure that's very clear. That's been.
That slide then, but it did say brick and mortar complaints.
We thought it'd be a disadvantage. We would be a disadvantage to
Yeah,
brick and mortar.
but that really isn't the basis, and so probably that would be best not to be on there because that isn't the basis of the why. And a little bit, we can talk maybe a little bit about the why, but we'll go ahead and finish listening. I just wanted to say that. It was not because of complaints from brick and mortar. That isn't the basis. So, hi, would you like to testify? Thank you.
My name is Boyd Parrish, 711 Meadowview Drive, Nampa, Idaho. I read through this, and when I got it, I did contact the city clerk. They said there would be a hearing, and we would be able to give our input then. They didn't give us anywhere else to go. So I think that's one of the reasons that there hasn't been much of our input given in yet.
Okay.
Also, I was interested in this, why we have to have permission from either the business we're sitting on or a business next door to have to be able to have our customers use their restroom. So if we have to have that before we can get our license, I think that's really going to limit our places to park. I park in 2 places in Nampa on Wednesdays and Fridays, and I've built my business over the last 5 years. Other parts of the ordinance are good. So the fence thing, the way I understand it, they don't have to put it up while the trailer's there. They just have to back up behind a fence. So that's kind of defeating, I think, you know. So, but that's something that you folks can work on. But I do believe Nampa's a great community to do this. All of the food trucks specialize in their own thing, and that's what people want to have. And so I hope we can all work together to keep it going. We've really increased our food truck traffic in the last 5 years. I think they've probably tripled, and Nampa's a great place to be. So thank you.
May I ask what food truck?
I'm the Celtic Cod.
You're the standard.
Yeah,
It's a very good one.
thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question, Mayor.
Yes.
There's no other question.
Your transmission of the letter explaining what was going on, when did you receive it? When did you ask to give commentary? And why did they state that you couldn't give commentary at that time and to wait till the meeting?
First time I think they mailed it out was in April of last year. When was it?
Madam Mayor, do you mind if I respond?
Not at all. Thank you.
So the first letter went out in June, the second letter went out in October, and the third letter went out in March of this year.
And I have received all three of them, and I contacted the city clerk and asked them, who can we talk to about this? Can they give me clarification on why? And they just said, we are setting up a hearing. The first hearing they thought they would have in September, I think it was, and it was postponed because they were trying to refine it and get it to suit people. So that's the first time. And then for the grease, I do have a big, probably 500-gallon tank. It goes into, and then ECO comes and picks it up, and it's recycled and used very well.
So,
Mayor Kling?
yes, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I was going to ask you if you're a member of SIFTA, because that's a new term for me. And I've been looking and tried to research more on it. Obviously, you're a member.
Yes.
How long has this organization been available for you?
I've only been doing this for 5 years. Our other trailer that's in Ada County has been in since 07.
2014 is when SIFTA started.
So there's a cost associated with it. Is it a part of a national type of network, or is it just in southern Idaho?
They serve just the valley here.
So we're Southern Idaho, we're working on expanding into the Magic Valley because we keep getting requests from them, but we do consult with national associations as well as other state associations.
So it references state mobile food vending laws. Is that true? Are there state mobile vending laws? Maybe
know if
that's
they're
something for our
state.
clerk.
Madam Mayor,
We should have you come
she's not
forward.
getting captured at all on the recording.
Thank you.
Sorry.
We just need the microphone and I'm
She's from
set.
SIFTA. She works for them.
Okay.
So no, as like a big picture, there's not something in Idaho state law that goes like this. And I think that's why cities get into the situation, because each city is trying to figure out and operate and find out those laws. And so then, especially as a new food truck owner, that's something SIFTA helps out with a lot, is new food trucks. That's why we joined. We were brand new, and it was so overwhelming to try to figure out each city or county's codes or laws or rules. And so SIFTA helps assist trucks in trying to make sure that they're following each city's guidelines and
That's
codes.
why I'm asking the question. I mean, if there was a larger guiding document that we could reference, that would be great, but there isn't.
Agreed. Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Parrish, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Based on your model, tell me if I'm wrong here, I'm thinking the license guidelines that we were considering putting in place would not impact you in your model. Is that incorrect? Because you
If-
seem to be mobile and you're moving.
Yes, the only thing I see is if I have to have permission from an empty lot or for a business next to me to have a restroom available for customers. If I don't have that form, I think I would be denied a license.
Okay. I appreciate you mentioning that.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else? Yes. And then who else do we have after this one? We still have more. Okay. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Daisy Mendez, and I'm here with my parents who own Tacos El Tesorito on Garrity Boulevard, right in front of Howard's Taco Shop. So from what I'm getting from this is for the health,
Madam
the
Mayor.
welfare, and the safety.
I didn't get your address.
1707 Garrity Boulevard. This is, you guys are trying to enforce or implement these new amendments because you are trying to ensure that there's health, that there's safety, and there's welfare. Health-wise, everybody that operates here in Kenyon County has gone to has had Southwest District Health Department visit their trailer. Their mobile food truck, they have met the regulations. They have to have the, dish set up. They have to have cleanliness. They have to have garbage disposal. Those requirements have already been met. Safety, we have had to perform background checks on each and every single one that has a peddler's license. Fingerprint scanning, they have verified that we do not have a criminal record. And not only is our fingerprints provided to the FBI, but also to the state of Idaho. So there's no safety concerns there. And as far as welfare, we are giving back to the community. We participate in local events. There's Rec Center in Nampa, Festival of Arts. You always have to give back a certain percentage of the income that you generate at these events. Not also, as she mentioned, not everybody has the capability to move their food trailer at the end of each day. My parents own one truck. My dad also has to have a second job that he commutes to every single day. At the end of the night, the last thing he wants to go do is have to move this trailer back home where it's out of sight. As a business, you need to be visible to the public so that you can generate that business. Sometimes you drive by a new restaurant, you see a new restaurant's being built, you want to come check it out later once it's been built. That's pretty much the only kind of advertisement we have for ourselves when our business is closed. Somebody drives right by it, potentially wants to come back and try the food. If that trailer isn't parked where at the end of the night, you're not really generating any, visibility or being able to grow as a business and make yourself, known and that people know that you're there. So I think that generally all those three concerns have already been addressed with the requirements that we have met in order to be in business.
Excellent communication.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thanks.
Thank you. You've had to wait a long time to get to talk.
I did. And I have a brand-new knee, so I didn't want to stand all evening. So, Madam Mayor, Council, my name is James Broomhall, 22886 Blessinger Road, Star, Idaho. I'm the owner and operator of Hungry Cowboy Barbecue. I'm here tonight in support of all the Nampa food trucks. My trailer is an event trailer. It's 35 feet long. It has a great big barbecue on the back of it. And I travel to events, and that's what I do. Setting up for me more than a night or two isn't a big deal, other than like when I do Snake River Stampede. That's 5 nights. I can't even get into my trailer with a pickup to move it out every night because everybody else has got everything else in there. I think something that frustrates me is the cost. You guys want to have a piece of the pie? Boise wants to have a piece of the pie. Meridian wants to have a piece of the pie. Payette, everybody wants to have a piece of our pie. Not only are we paying every city money to go to, we're paying the events that we go to. I'm coming next month to the Spring Fiat at Lakeview Park. I have paid them money to come to their event. I also have to come to the city and pay a $75 a day fee to park in your park, just to pull my trailer into your park to do their event that draws people from all over the Treasure Valley that may stop at other places while they're in your town to do other business. And that just adds and adds and adds to our costs. We've already paid Central District Health, Southwest District Health. We pay our insurance just like everybody else. We pay workman's comp just like everybody else. But we just get nibbled and nibbled and nibbled. Somebody brought up Idaho Ford Center. 30% they take off the top. And it takes a month to get your money from them. Expo Idaho, 20% off the top. I'm doing Apple Blossom Festival in Payette. $650 I have to pay to them just to go to their event. I have to make all that money before I have to pay for all that before I make any money. And so I just think you guys should really take a step back and look what you're trying to accomplish, because we already passed our health departments. We already passed our fire trucks. But then you ask us for park fees, $75 a day. Things like that. I just think it all needs to be narrowed into a very small amount.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Thank you, yes.
Mr. Brumhall, the $75 a day for parking in the park, is that with any hookups?
No hookups, no nothing. I carry a generator, I carry my own water, I carry everything. That's just simply for me to pull onto city park property. Doesn't matter what park it is. I'm doing the Spring Fiat, Lakeview Park in May. 2 days, that will cost me $150 just to do that one. So I look at those kinds of things. Do I want to come to Nampa? Do I want to do an event? Because I've paid them $250 to come to their event. Now I'm paying you guys $150 on top of my gas, my fuel, my generator, everything else for me to make a couple dollars.
Thank you for sharing that. Thank you. Good evening.
I'm totally unprepared. My name is Lori Hendricks. I live at 16477 North Elderberry Circle in Nampa. And I'm just a rabid food truck supporter who did not plan to stand here tonight. Everybody knows the history of this country is people coming here from all over the world to be able to live their life the way they want to and work at whatever job they want to do. And these food truck people are the smallest of the small business people. And everything that is done to them pushes them further away from their dream. It's their own business and the business of the people that they are leasing property from as to what kind of signage is on their property and whether or not the truck stays overnight or the trailer. And I hope you'll take that into consideration. These are small business people. They're the smallest of the small business people. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Okay, is there anyone else? Okay. Yes.
My name is Daniel Moreau. I don't personally own a food truck or anything, but my family's been in the catering business.
Madam Mayor,
and everything.
can I please have his address?
Sorry, my address is 712 West Willowbrook Drive in Meridian, Idaho. And I'm here in support of everybody, and I've heard a lot of great points that have concerned me when I went through this paperwork, but one thing that really, really worries me is water. As a food expert, I believe that you need an unlimited amount of water in order to be safe when it comes to preparing your food. I don't know if you guys are aware on how do you defrost a certain meat or any meats in general, but there's only 3 ways. It's direct heat, it's under constant running water, or in a refrigerator, right? Sometimes you don't have space in a refrigerator in such a confined space like a food truck to be able to manage that safely. So when people park in one place and they connect to water, that solves that issue to where people can operate safely. And in Nampa in particular, you guys don't require a commissary kitchen for preparation. Many of these people prepare everything in their food truck. So they need as much water as they can to wash their hands and to conduct preparations safely. And in a food truck, I can't imagine food trucks carrying more than 25 to 100 gallons of water. Water weighs a lot. It's 8 pounds per gallon. So do the math. Food trucks can't carry a lot of water. So food trucks that do a lot of business really, really thrive on being able to connect to city water so that they can have an unlimited supply of water. But anyway, that's just my thoughts.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts.
No problem.
Thank you very much. Okay. Because it's late, I'm hesitant to say, did we get everybody? But I'm going to ask the question. Okay, I think we got everybody. So a couple of, I've heard a couple of comments tonight that I've got so many notes here, it's hard to even find them all. I want to remind everyone a couple of things. That, first of all, the fee, the license for the food truck, the cost is going to go down, not up, because we're not going to require fingerprinting. So that is a benefit. So I believe it was $140 some dollars, and it'll go down to $100 for that one thing. Yes, Rodney?
Mayor, I just wanted to add to that. We require a temporary use permit currently for this type of business, and that's $75 for every 180 days. So that would be $150 as well that is just going away. So it's a reduction, a significant reduction in cost.
Okay. So those are two items. You know what? It's late right now. As I listened, the why behind this, well, first of all, I want to say small business is important. In Nampa, 4 out of 5 of our businesses are small business. That's what makes up our community. So small business is extremely important to our community. The intent is not to put people out of business. And I'm going to make 3 comments. The second comment I'm going to make is that part of the why behind doing this has to do with, how do I say this? Because I don't want to offend anyone, but sometimes it's the condition of the truck and what happens around the truck that becomes impactful to adjoining business owners. That's why the restroom. Asking about that, because you know why we have laws? We have laws because people can't behave properly sometimes. So the why behind this was that we have dealt with a situation with local food trucks where they stay open at late, they don't have restrooms. I'm going to be very candid. The people go pee in the bushes next door, kill them all, and the condition of the truck is such that it is a problem to an adjoining business that isn't a restaurant owner, right? So every once in a while there are problems, and so part of this is trying to help set a standard within a community that's not a negative standard. Some of you have amazing trucks. You set a wonderful standard, and I could call out several of them. I don't get to go to all of them. But sometimes in a community, you do want to create a standard, and we're trying to figure that out. Not that we're trying to put people out of business. So the third thing I'm going to say is my recommendation is tonight is that we don't make a decision tonight, that and Shar, thank you for your work, because a tremendous amount of work and consideration has gone into this, and as we try to look at what neighboring communities are doing, and council can disagree with me if they'd like to. For the city of Nampa, we do want a high standard. We want a community that people want to be a part of because it is a nice, clean, neat standard. So, but with that, how do we get there? I think that we can identify a way to go there. I don't know what that is. But I'd like to work and communicate with, and I wasn't aware of the Southern Idaho Food Truck Association, so thank you for that. Communication. And so I would like to have further discussion before we make a decision tonight. And so with that, I think, Shar, you have a comment.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, thank you. I just want to make a clarifying statement because I'm listening and I've taken many notes, but there seems to be some confusion. This is not a new license. Really, all I was recommending when this first started in 2022 was to take what is currently in code and put it into one spot so everyone could find it easily. That's really what is the basis of the food license. There are some changes, as Mayor stated, to address some of the issues the city has been facing. But then we also were wanting to reduce some of the requirements, like the fingerprinting, which is going to reduce the cost, the requirement of is it a temporary use permit? A temporary use permit that is only good for 180 days. Again, we would take that requirement away. We were trying to address issues regarding the overnight parking. So right now in code, there is no overnight parking. We were trying to provide a resolution for that. So I don't mean to take a lot of time, but I just want to make it clear that what's in this license is pretty much what is in city code right now, and we have been instructed to start enforcing that. And it has been enforced, but just to get people in compliance.
Which is exactly right. Some of this is actually less restrictive than what we had, and less costly than what we had. So, and as Cher has shared it all, there were a couple of comments tonight that I'd like to consider a little bit, but I'd like to, I guess, ask the council, what is the will of the council? I think Councilman Griffiths, and then let's just come down the road, or the seating here, not the road, but.
We knew what you meant.
Yes.
Yeah, we know.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'm in support of not making a decision tonight because I think we have resources that we can tap to now, and that's been made aware that we can look to. And for me, where my hesitation, even if we move to approve it, because I do think there needs to be a uniform section, it makes it clear for everybody who goes to it, and having a code in place, because everything needs to have a place. As I was reading the code, rethinking about the code and hearing the comments tonight, I do think that if a business owner is permitting a trailer to stay on, that there should be a temporary similar to Meridian. That's where my thoughts are, is having the Meridian, mirror the Meridian code in the sense of a temporary sales unit permit, but not having them be covered. I think that's the difficulty at night, having it covered. Every single one of the individuals mostly brought up that specific piece of language, so I'd like to look at that. And we had mentioned that there's a high standard, and there's a certain individual in the room that we all know as the high standard. Just happens to have the name of a fish in the title, but it was brought up. Yeah, I didn't want to say cod because I didn't want to point anybody out. They're all great small businesses, but there is a standard. The individual that we believe sets the standard is asking us to look at the bathroom code closer and again. And I think if the standard maker is asking that, that's something we should review. So those are my two thoughts.
Thank you. Councilman Haverfield.
Mayor Kling, I kind of look at this with a different paradigm. I know in the early days of working with Dustin Bristol at Brick 29, he had a food truck. It was the B29 that he took around to different locations, and that was something that he used as a way to build his business. And I would like to see more opportunity being afforded to others that would eventually maybe move into something that's a little bit more permanent and upscale. But so I do agree that I think we need to postpone this decision so that we can review it a little bit more closely.
Thank you. Councilman Bills, any comments, thoughts?
I have no comments.
No comments? Okay.
I do. Just a couple thoughts.
You can have my time.
Thank you. Thank you. The thing that I think that I struggle with the most on this is the property rights thing. When I hear the business owners talk about how they can partner with a food truck and that it creates synergy and business, and it just kind of creates, that sense of community that we're looking for. And I really liked that. So I want to revisit the idea of maybe just not tampering with that, and if business owners can figure out a way to work with a food truck. I really like that connection. And then also, I want to hear solutions, and I also agree with Mayor that we shouldn't make a decision tonight. You can find our emails on the city website. Please email us with your solutions. You can complain to whatever you want to say. We won't tell you what you can't say to us. But ideally, if you can share your thoughts and solutions with us, because that's going to help us understand your world. And we want to work with you, and we want to be able to understand, but we don't have that expertise you do. And so we really do want to hear what those things are to help us make these decisions. And then also, I loved the comment, think outside the box. And as I was thinking about it, I would like to know your guys' ideas on, and you can email us this too, but your ideas of what if we had like a centralized location in the city where we provided certain amenities or hookups or things like that, where you guys could come and hook up or pay the fees that the city has, and then you're not moving around all of the time, but it just creates kind of like a hub. or like a little central location where people know this is where we go to our food trucks. I don't know, just a thought, but send up your thoughts and ideas to us, please. And yeah, we want to hear from you guys, and I think that we can collaborate and make some good decisions. We're not here to squash you guys by any means. We love our small businesses, but we'll get it right. We just need your help.
Mayor?
Your time, David.
Mayor?
Mine and David's.
Okay, hang on just one second. Yes, Rodney?
I just wanted to clarify one thing on a statement that was made. The city council did approve changes to the code to allow for a mobile food truck court, which does exactly that. It creates a location where services can be provided, and it's a place where multiple food trucks can locate with a conditional use permit. So,
Thanks, Rodney.
Hopefully we can go there.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll tell you what really bothers me. In a town of 100,300 people, that the restaurants I go to close at 2 p.m. And I don't get that. I wish they wouldn't do that. But the opportunity that the food trucks have and give us to those who want to go to those is a whole new different world for us, because it brings business, it brings a lot of benefits. Unfortunately, and I agree with my fellow councilmen and women here, is that there are some I would go to, and there are some I would not go to. And I think we all have talked about that standard. We in the city of Nampa, or me, and as a city councilman, I don't want the city of Nampa to look like a vendorship of food trucks that aren't required by standard to look present, to look good, to be serving good food and healthy food. That's what I don't want. And I believe that we can help you. And ever since this project has started, I've had a little part of my heart going, gosh, what are we doing? We need to do something for our city, but we also need to do something for our businesses. So we got a fine line here. And because you came tonight and give us an insight, thank you. I think your message has been well received, and I hope that we can move forward with you. We're not going to move against you. That's not going to happen. We're going to move with you. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So with that, our public hearing is still open. So I'm just trying to think, on this particular one, do we want to leave it open, or do we want to go ahead and close public hearing? I don't know if we need to reopen public hearing. Council, do you have a preference on this?
My preference is we would close it, and we would hold a new hearing once there's been the feedback and meetings take place to further refine what we're trying to accomplish.
Okay. Yes, Todd?
Mayor, you can certainly do that. Again, this one isn't one that you were required
We're not even
to
required
have
to
a
do
public
it.
hearing, so I think it's okay to close it and then sit down, get folks around the table, come up with a new draft and have another one. So I think that's fine.
Okay. So I'd stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And with that, do we need a motion? Because we're not moving to extend this to date certain. We're just not going to make a decision tonight. Are we done with that? Okay. So with that, we are done for this evening, and we have all of your names and addresses. Some of those were really fast, so hopefully we've got them right, and we'll take the opportunity to connect with you in the near future. Thank you all. Thank you. So we have two more business items. We're going to move to unfinished business, and item... Don't we have to go back to new business? No, we're done. We have one item. Yeah. Okay, guys, we do have one item on new business, and I almost forgot it.
7-8.
Yes, 7-8 is an action item, and this is to authorize the termination of the memorandum of understanding between the City of Nampa and the Downtown Nampa Community Association. And so is there a question? Councilman Haverfield, yes.
Do we want to let them leave?
No, I want to get done.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Mayor, it appears that the funding, what we're talking about is that $35,000 that was being funded by the City of Nampa is what is now in play through the DNCA for, and I thought that was for the Main Street Coordinator position. Is that correct?
It's for the downtown manager, and so initially, NDC was giving that to the city. Recently, a couple payments went directly to the DNCA, but that will, so this is the City of Nampa ending our MOU with the DNCA. And yes, the NDC does give funds to the city. In the future, the downtown manager will report to the city, not to the DNCA. Terminating the MOU with the DNCA was they were handling certain things on behalf of the city, and that payment was going to the DNCA for that manager. We are no longer in need of that. We're bringing that in-house, and we'll be the future downtown manager. In the future, the downtown manager will report directly to the City of Nampa.
So it's not that the city's not cutting off funding for that position?
That is correct.
Okay, because I thought if that's the action taken by the council, then we would have to take similar action at the NDC level.
Correct.
Okay, so we're not having to move down that path.
Correct.
That was my question.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Any other questions?
Mayor, I do have a question.
Okay.
So the position that we are funding, the City of Nampa and NDC are funding, what is that?
That is the downtown manager position.
Yes, is that involved in this, or is it
Well,
not?
yes, the reporting structure is going to change from the DNCA. The reality is, what we have found over the last couple of years, when the downtown manager reported to a nonprofit board of volunteers, it has not functioned as it should. And we are going to make a change in that. And so the responsibility will come back to the city for the reporting structure and the accountability for what gets done.
So that would be a budget increase for us, which is okay with me.
Well, it's no budget increase at this time. Although it's added responsibility on our staff, they're having to pick up pieces of this right now. But as we move forward, we will identify and be back in touch about how we move forward differently. But for now, we are terminating the MOU with the DNCA.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Pingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Everfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Unfinished business, 9.1. The first action item, the action item for 9.1 is the first reading of ordinance for the termination of an existing development agreement attached to ordinance 3626 on a portion of the property located at 0 Roosevelt Avenue, and this is to accommodate a new lot for a seminary building for the City of Nampa.
Under suspension.
And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules. Thank you.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, approving a modified development agreement with Coronado Development LLC, an Idaho limited liability company, modifying the development agreement contained in Nampa City Ordinance Number 3626 to amend and restate the agreements as contained in this modified development agreement applicable to the subject property, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Make a motion to pass the ordinance as read under suspension of rules.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Pingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
9.2 is an action item. It's the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning for 11.27 acres to RS4, single-family residential, and 6.56 acres to RS6, single-family residential zoning district for a future single-family development for Wagon Trail subdivision at 3321 East Victory Road for Wendy Shreve, JUB Engineers, Inc. And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 3321 East Victory Road, Nampa, Idaho, County Parcel R24679, comprising approximately 17.83 acres, more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said lands comprising approximately 11.27 acres, more or less, should be annexed into the City of Nampa and be zoned RS4, single-family residential zoning district, and that said lands comprising approximately 6.56 acres, more or less, should be annexed annexed into the City of Napa and be zoned RS6 Single Family Residential Zoning District, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Napa. Determining that said annexation and zoning are in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city, directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the City of Napa, and to designate said property as RS4 Single Family Residential Zoning District on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, subject to the terms and conditions of that certain development agreement between the applicant and the city, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Councilman Bills.
So there's one item that I felt was made an item of approval that is not listed in the conditions of approval, and that was the area that the previous landowner had donated to his daughter to build a house on the property, and there was no formal road improvements, and this development was to pick that up, but it's not in the conditions. And I'm concerned that we're going to have two subdivisions adjoining with about 150 feet of no road in between.
First of all, thank you for catching it. And Daniel, thank you for being here.
Poor Daniel.
Thank you. This was it. Thank you.
Mayor, Councilman Bills, as we had talked about that would be something that will be a condition on the preliminary plat. They did not come forward. This was just the annexation. They did not come forward with the plat. We had noted that, and it will be included on their conditions of approval on the preliminary plat.
So we wouldn't have a condition of approval at this stage that they know to have that on the preliminary plat?
It's not necessary. It could be, but it's not necessary. It will be something that we have already noted with engineering and planning and zoning, that those are required required improvements that will be required to be shown on the preliminary plat.
Okay.
So.
You understand the concern?
Yep, understand, absolutely. Yep.
Been there, done it.
Yeah. And once in a while, it does happen that we do not put something in a development agreement because staff says that will be covered during the plating process or during the whatever. So, okay. So it sounds like it's covered. Okay, with that, I would stand for a motion to approve under suspension of rules.
Again?
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Angola.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Griffin.
No.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Haverfield. Yes. 4 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
I believe this concludes our meeting, and I would stand for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor? Thank you all. Thank you to IT this evening. Thank you, Pam and James. Appreciate you guys.
There is your letter from
Right, we know that.